Web liftoff.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our Photo Lounge general discussion. We are live. We are not AI generated. We're real people. Uh, Chat GPT does not control any content on this show. So we welcome everybody, and we hope everybody has had some success going out and getting some pictures since the last time that we had a show, especially, um, it's that time of year now where, it's a great time to go out there if you're a close up and macro photographer with the wildflowers and everything else appearing and nature getting busy, which makes it fun, the nesting periods and babies being born, for the birders and us and everything, but also a fun time for street photography, as depending on where you live, you might be starting to get a lot more people like where I live coming in for vacations and stuff like that. And there's always, the more people you have crowded in a small space, the more crazy things can be when you're doing street photography. So there's plenty out there, and the wedding photographers who unfortunately they're working now, they're not able to come on the show. Their season is busy in the springtime, probably more than any time of the year. So we hope they're doing well and enjoying things. And we have a special show tonight. I mean, Anita's been kind enough to be working close with Gustavo, and I thank Gustavo for his technical expertise on helping put presentations together for anybody that is willing to come on the show and share some of the stuff that they do. And he's helped out a lot with the presentation. And Anita is stretching her comfort zone a little bit, but we appreciate immensely that she's sharing her work with everybody here on the channel and those that watch the show afterwards, because she's going to be doing some travel photography, narration on her travel photography to Portugal, various parts of Portugal. I think Madeira specifically, but it ought to be, if you never come on the show and watch the photo review and see the great landscape photos that Anita does, you don't know what you're missing. And if you're here tonight, you're going to understand what you've been missing. So hopefully it gets you to tune in on both of our live streams, the first Saturday of every month and the one on the third Saturday of every month. We have 8 people in here now. Let's go around to everybody here, starting with Gustavo and going clockwise, and everybody could just kind of say what you've been up to and if you bought a new toy or anything you want to talk about.
Exactly. Thank you. So indeed, Jeff, I have been busy, like you suggested. It's every spring here in the Rockies, and so there's a lot of activity around my yard. So this week I actually have a chance to work a little bit of photography at home, and I also visit the one park here in Denver. So, but that we will save some of those photos for you for our next photo review, which is coming in 2 weeks. But I do have some stuff to share today. A little bit of photo equipment, follow up some discussions that we had before, some photo from my project, my archival project, so some photo from the archive, and some new photos follow up on the spring. So we have been busy, and of course, having the wonderful opportunity to work with Anita here. We did a dry run on Thursday just to make sure that everything is working. In this channel, we start on time, and we prepare with our guests. So we don't want to waste your time too much time. So that's it. That's for me. And so we have a complete show today. Then let's go to Anita.
Well, I'm just trying to stay warm in this wonderful climate that we have here in Canada. It's just above freezing today. So I'm not a happy camper. It's for what I've been doing. I've been trying to get out to get some photos on the days it's decent. And other than that, not too much. Still walking with my walking group. and that'll soon be coming to an end, unfortunately. But yeah, that's about it for me.
Very good, Anita. Terry?
Well, I'm still not cleaning up the shooting from yeah, something like that.
Exactly.
And now it's come down here.
Exactly.
Well,
Now, Terry, I heard an awful rumor. I heard an awful rumor about you. You want me to share this?
what?
Now, here's the rumor. And here's the thing. There's a rule, an unwritten rule for photographers. That when you go on a trip, and if you take over 50,000 photos, okay, that you're not allowed to go on another trip until you go through all those 50,000.
Well,
Well,
how about that? You mean 50,000 from one camera or all your camera?
no, I think you took at least that when you were gone.
Well, look, things happens, all right, and it pushed me a little bit back. For example, yesterday all day I had problems with my computer.
Oh my God.
My antivirus decided to create problems from nowhere. I couldn't connect to any of my no internet. I couldn't connect to even to my NAS.
Oh my God.
Well, crazy thing. But anyway, things finished anyway. I fixed everything again. And well, I'm still on the third day.
Okay.
Yeah. Almost on the first part of the third day. But yeah, I can't say I'm 100% happy because most of my shots looks like documentary but we didn't have the chance, we didn't have the luck to observe action. But you have what you have.
Yeah, exactly. Nature photography, you take what's presented to you. No choice.
But it is actually the first time for me that I was so excited, as I have said previously to when we were talking. Everything was so new, so exciting, so nice. Which and be me.
No, I think everybody here will be all around.
It gets your heart pumping, doesn't it? It gets your heart pumping. Your adrenaline gets cranked up when you see stuff you've never seen before, and you get all tingly and you go, "Geez, I'm getting sweaty." Of course, I'm sure it was warm there anyway.
I was lucky to have my wife with me, helping me very, very much on maybe she doesn't understand how much she helped me. But to have somebody to prepare the camera, change lenses, passing on, boom, boom, taking the other one, it is an amazing convenience, at least. And I think she have a how called it? You have to blame her about the number of the photos. That's it for me.
That's good.
I'm looking forward to take ideas from Anita's presentation to see how we can do mine presentation in the future.
In the future. Well,
we hope foreseeable.
I will try to unrest you here and define the future. Randall.
I just bought two lenses, the 35 to 100, and I've tried it on the Nikon and the Sony. And I got the 16 millimeter f1.8 Sony also, and it's a G lens. So I've had it on both systems. I was looking at the new lens that's coming out. I'm trying to decide, about that 2.8. What is it? The 35 to
120 to 300.
Oh yeah, there we go. 120 to 300.
Yeah.
Well, we would talk about.
We'll talk about that a little bit later on.
Okay. And then the other one is I'm trying to debate if I should get that 400 millimeter in my candy store, the 4.5S. So the
Well,
PF.
you know what? I don't know if
Amazing
Mosman is going to
lens.
pop on or not, but Tim's got the 400.
Oh, and Terry, do you remember what he told me?
Amazing,
That's the one.
amazing lens.
He took it to Africa. That's the one that he was saying that he
Yeah,
do
with the two.
a lot with the converter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
with the TC2 and
very easy to
works remarkably.
All right. So hold on your thoughts, Randall. We will go back to that one at one point.
Okay.
Mr. Chuck?
Well, let's see. Now I got audio, so okay, it's good.
Yeah, you're good. You're live.
And Randall is really nice. You got those, well, whatever it was the other side. But man, uh, I'm hoping you all will put me up for good time with people around here, and because I got a very short time here tonight. Again, I got laid up, and man. So anyway,
Chuck, don't worry. First, I mean, we love that you come here to the show. We know that you watch the rest of the show
yeah.
in time. And definitely today with Anita, which distinguished presenter that we have today, I'm sure that you will enjoy that one very much. So I don't know if you, during your time, if you ever visit Portugal, but I'm sure this would be a good
Well,
presentation to watch.
I have been playing with my cameras, and I expect that I'll be going out soon.
Okay.
Take me a few pictures.
All right. So well, we're looking forward. You know where they should go, to the gentleman down there.
Yeah,
Amen.
Where you pointing to hell, Gustavo? That guy down there? No, I thought I was feeling hot.
Yeah. All right. So I think we have about 8 people here. So let's go to our agenda quickly.
Let's do a quick hello quick to those that are here.
Yes.
We got David Stewart with a bad connection. He's hanging on in here. And obviously we've got Robert Varner, who I always love his comment. He'll here to fill the body count. And thank you, Robert, for watching my video I put out. I appreciate it. Bob Our Photos is here. I'll have an interesting little photo story to share that him and I experienced a couple days ago, which you'll probably get a little bit of humor out of it, although we weren't exactly laughing at the time. And then, of course, we've got, let's see, Rakesh. Good to see you, Rakesh. Haven't seen you in a while. And
Bob.
And Bob, like I said. So we'll get started. You want to put that slide up, Gustavo?
The rumors slide. So
the rumor slide, or well, I mean, we're going to just talk about one thing a little bit, I guess, before we go into Anita's presentation, right?
Yes, we just going to go through the rumors briefly, and then come back to the main topic of rumors. I think I like to have a discussion about the 100 to 300, the 2.8. So let me share here briefly so that we can use this. All right. So these are kind of the rumors over the last 2 weeks, right? On the Nikon side, if we start from the bottom up, I think there have been additional rumors about this compact C-mount rangefinder style camera, right? Then we will have that announcement of the 120 to 300 f 2.8 TC. We will hold on discussing that one. We'll probably come back later on after Anita and talk a little bit about that. More recently, they have been a Nikon C5 to firmware 1.11, basically minor bug fixes. Nothing much about that. Then there were the uh, 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 financial results, which as you expect for Nikon, created some uh, drama as well. We will talk a little bit about that one here in the rumor section. And then I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday was a firmware for one of our uh, favorite lens, the update 1.20 for the 24 to 120 f4, which I put it on the camera and did the firmware on the lens, and it looks normally. I think it was another minor thing. On the related to the Nikon financials, there were some issues about some company that Nikon sold, and because there was a big jump in the price of Nikon after the announcement of the results, there was a lot of speculation that the French Italian company Excelsior Luxottica, which produces most of the lenses, prescription lenses and sport lenses for the, um, including companies like Ray-Ban, and it's basically, they are a minority holder on Nikon. I think they increased their participation to something that had been agreed before, but there was a lot of speculation that this French Italian company was going to acquire Nikon. I think it was mostly drama rather than, I don't think this is based on reality. That's my opinion. Knowing a little bit about Japanese companies, I don't think they will allow a French Italian consortium to take over a major Japanese company. But I don't know.
I would find that extremely unlikely.
Like it. So it was just regular fluctuations in the market, and then it created all this drama unnecessary. So there will be a lot of drama in this meeting today. The usual stuff on third-party lenses, but then on the other side, yes, indeed, there was some important announcement both by Sony and Canon. On the Canon, sorry, there's a spelling mistake here. Canon R6. Uh, 5, correct? That actually got completely eclipsed by the Sony discussions about the Alpha 7R6, and of course the new lens, the 100 to 400 uh, with a fixed f4.5, correct? So we will go back. This is we have a couple of topics here we're discussing, and of course there was all these going in the internet, but we'll come back after Anita's presentation. But Jeff, you want to comment a little bit about the list here? If you have something else, otherwise we will eventually go to Anita's presentation. So let me um, stop sharing from this presentation, go back to our panelists here, and then I will get ready to share Anita after we have a brief discussion here. So,
Yeah, I mean, some of the, obviously, probably the biggest, most talked about thing is the Sony A7R6, and I will just say that no doubt, that it is a hey, nobody has a 67 megapixel sensor for a 35 millimeter mirrorless camera, okay, other than Sony. So that's a first, period, in any camera. Now, whether or not that fits your shooting style or what you tend to do is an individual decision. And we're going to get into that because there's been obviously a boatload of videos and several live streams talking about this camera and comparing it to other Sony cameras that are already in the lineup. And all I would say as a hint of the further discussion down the road is just like any company, whether it be Sony, Fuji, Nikon, Canon, and anybody that comes out with something new, the marketing departments for all these companies are really good, and Sony has one of the best marketing companies of any company because of all the different kinds of products they produce in the electronics industry and video and TVs and everything else that they do. But buyer beware, do your homework as you should do on any purchase before you run out and just listen to somebody talking about it that's like ready to have a heart attack because this camera came out and you can walk on water if you buy it, because more megapixels doesn't necessarily make it a better camera. And there's a few people that have made comments about a challenge to medium format, which is an absolutely laughable comment to make, because a 67 megapixel 35 millimeter sensor is no comparison to a medium format camera. And for someone to even make that comment, that is just trying to get clicks on their channel, and that's really all that it comes down to. So that's just my opinion, and I'll challenge that person's competency to make a comment like that. It's very, very stupid, to be honest with you. But we'll get into that later on, and obviously there's good things with it, and it's going to be a real great camera for a lot of people. I mean, it really will. But there is no perfect. We always say there is no perfect camera, right? No matter what you have, there is no perfect camera
except the one you have with you.
So, yeah. Well, yeah. To you get the camera that you feel is perfect for you, no matter who makes it.
Whatever
right?
camera you have at your hands at any time, that's the best camera in the world.
Yeah. So anyway, Gustavo, I'll let you and Anita start things off here, and I will monitor the comments and throw any questions on the screen. And a reminder, folks, if you got a question, QQQ, okay? Do the QQQ in front so that it stands out for me to see it, okay?
Exactly. Okay. Thank you very much. So let's welcome here Anita Stewart, our fellow photographer from Canada. Anita, you have been watching us and being part of this community for as long as David, probably, correct?
Not quite as long as him.
Okay. But what a few years you have been watching all these cohort of
Yes.
individuals making themselves, fooling themselves around that they are good photographer, and as Jeff indicated, I mean, being educated by you sometimes with your wonderful photos on the image review, and we are looking forward a little bit to the magnificent presentation that you put together. So Anita, do you want to do a little bit of introduction about yourself, or?
Well, I can do that. I wasn't planning on it, but I can do that.
I'm sorry.
So I guess I can say I've always been interested in photography, but it wasn't really until probably about late 1990s that I really got into it and started. As soon as it became digital, I got my first camera, which was a Nikon D600. And then I had the D7100, replaced them with, the D6, I went to a D70, and from the 7100, I went to the D500, and now I'm into the mirrorless cameras with a Z6 and a Z8, Z6 II and a Z8, and a few lenses. I don't have a big collection of lenses, and but I have what I need.
And you have married that with your passion for traveling, correct?
Yes, I do like to travel. I get bored very easily of the same thing, all the time. So I like to get out and around and see different things. I have no particular thing that I take photos of. If I like what I see, I'll photograph it. If I don't like what I see, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to waste my film. Even though we don't have film anymore, I know I'll just come home and delete it.
Wait a minute. Here we go.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Well, I remember those days back in university. It's a while ago.
You gotta have the right shirt here, man. You know, you gotta
Yeah.
go back. You gotta go back in time. You gotta go back in time.
Yeah. Well, that is going back a few years.
Yeah, a few years.
It probably dates you.
I mean, I'm only 30 years old, but I still wear the shirt.
You're 30 years old in what years are you counting?
That's one arm is 30. You know,
You're still a young chap. Anyway, I guess there's not a whole lot to know about me. I retired and that's when I really started to travel. And I always enjoy the traveling. And then I come home and I look at what I've done and I think, oh my, it's going to take me a long time to go through these photos. And I know Terry knows all about that after his trip.
Exactly. Let me bring your presentation.
Okay.
Terry's going to blame his wife and say she took 30 of the 50,000 images. So
50,000 is a lot of photos.
yeah, but you know what? I say if you're on a one-time trip, take 100,000 if you can, baby. You may never go back there.
Oh, you can say that again.
Let me make sure that I brought the right one, Anita. No, so let me stop sharing here. Okay. I will share again. Yeah, hold on a second.
Oh, do we have a dog?
No, it's a cat.
Oh,
Oh, a cat.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's a big one.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. He says, okay. I hear the voices, but who am I looking at?
Okay. And we are ready, Jeff.
All righty. Don't forget, guys, QQQ on the questions.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, as we mentioned before, Anita wants to keep this conversational. So if you have a question, let us in the panel know, and we will have her to comment, and we will try to ask questions to Anita as well as we go along, so that to keep it more conversational as we like it here. So, all right, Anita. So I think this is you. So this is the title slide. Wonderful photo of a mural, correct?
Yes, it's a mural.
All right, Anita. So let's go to your first slide here about the history of Portugal and Madeira in particular.
Okay, so Madeira was claimed by the Portuguese in 1419 by Christopher Columbus, and it was settled after 1420. It was initially used as a trading post, but with the arrival of the settlers, agriculture was developed. It became an important center for production of sugar and wine, which were shipped all over Europe. It became a popular tourist destination in the 17th and 18th century and remains so today. And Gustavo inserted that map there. So if you see the purple colors, those are the areas that Portugal claimed back in the early days.
Yeah. So this was the time of the so-called time of discovery, correct? Where Portugal and Spain, but initially mostly Portugal, start traveling around Africa first, and then eventually after Columbus came to the Americas, So I inserted this slide and talked to Anita when she was putting the presentation, because one thing that is not so known in the Anglo-Saxon storybooks is that one of the ways the Pope actually sorted out who should colonize which part of the New World, the so-called New World, and it was a treaty, correct, which this map talks about, which is called the Treaty of Tordesillas, in which the Pope basically on some latitude decided that longitude, sorry, decided to give some land for colonization and discovery to the Portuguese, and that's why a lot of the colonies around Africa are Portuguese, and the Americas from that lines that appear here, correct, to the Spaniards, correct, and that's why sometimes a lot of the Americas were colonized by the Spaniards. So it was all sorted out by the Pope, and this treaty was called the Treaty of Tordesillas. So it was an important thing around the time of the discovery, correct. Now, all this happened during that type of discovery, but the settlement, and as Anita indicated here, of these Portuguese islands in the Atlantic were already taking place by some of the Portuguese, and the Canary Islands by the Spaniards. So that's what Anita wanted me to mention. See, I was the one that introduced this slide of the presentation. All right, Anita. So let's go to the next slide. And I need to do a couple of things here. Very good.
So now we have a look at the geography of Portugal, or of Madeira. And Madeira is situated in the North Atlantic Ocean, 805 kilometers southwest of the mainland Portugal. The island is 22 kilometers at its widest, 57 kilometers long, and has a coastline of 150 kilometers. It sits on top of a massive shield volcano. It is renowned for its dramatic topography, featuring high volcanic peaks, steep cliffs, deep ravines, forests, coastal towns, and beaches. A mountain range extends through the center of the island, with the highest peak, Ruvi, being 1862 meters above sea level. A natural park covers approximately 2/3 of the interior, much of which is inaccessible. And you can see on the map there the direct line from mainland Portugal to Madeira.
And when you traveled there, Anita, did you travel directly to Madeira from Canada, correct? You didn't have to go to Portugal, to Lisbon or any place in Portugal?
No, you can get a direct flight from Toronto right into Madeira.
Okay.
And this last time I went, it was a funny trip because we were in the Azores, then we went to Madeira, then we went to Porto, then we went to Lisbon, and then to the Algarve.
Oh, wow.
So it was a round trip.
That was very
well. And then back to Madeira, and then back to the Azores to fly home from there.
Yeah. So Anita made a mention here that of a shield volcano. So that for people here in America, shield volcano refer to the type of volcano. So these islands of the of Madeira, this archipelago here, will be equivalent to what we have in Hawaii. Correct. So it's a product of a hotspot in the Atlantic Ocean. All right, so Anita, I'm going to go to the next slide. Let's zooming into Madeira.
Okay, and the climate of Madeira is very nice. It is subtropical, basically, with the average temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius. Rarely drops below 15 degrees Celsius in the winter and rarely exceeds 26 degrees in the summer. So perfect weather most of the time. The north side is greener, wetter, and cooler, while the south side is drier and sunnier. The mountains are significantly cooler and wetter. The rainy months are from November to March, with December and January receiving the most precipitation. Now, when I was there in 24, it was in February, and I can say the weather in February was very nice, but was there again in just last year in December, and the weather was not quite what I would have liked. It was very, very windy and had a lot of rain. And the other thing is that when you're on the South Shore, you might be in sunshine, but when you drive through the interior and get to the North Shore, you might have rain and wind. So it Even though it's not that wide, it's quite different from one coast to the other coast.
Wow. Fantastic. Thank you, Anita. All right. So, traveling in the island.
Yes, traveling in Madeira. Well, as you can see on that map there are some red lines, and those are the most traveled and the best roads that they have. The secondary roads that they have are, well, they aren't that great. They're another story. They're steep, narrow, winding, and they have the occasional hairpin. Some are wide enough to have a center line, while others have pullovers. On the island, there are 100 tunnels, and that makes traveling much faster than it was when they had to go over the mountains. Now they just go through the mountains.
So Anita was mentioning that to me when we're talking about that, that some of the roads are in good condition, but they can be quite treacherous because there is a lot of precipice. And Anita is a good driver. She drives in kind of a pickup truck and, and know how to drive in mountainous areas of Alberta and British Columbia. But these were quite a interesting roads, Anita, correct?
Yes, they're quite interesting when you get into the interior. The European Union put a lot of money into Madeira, and they have some very good highways that are as good as anywhere. But like I say, when you get into the interior, then you get lots of roads that are not that great to travel, and they are steep enough that you don't want to stall out on the hills.
Oh,
Most of the cars there are standard, and so it is a little more tricky driving in the mountains than along the coastline and on the good red roads.
so Anita, and when you travel both times, you got and I know we're going to see some of that later on, but the main town is that in the south, correct?
Yes, Funchal is the main town, and yeah, it's very modern.
Yeah.
It's a mix of modern and old, really, because there are some extremely old buildings, historical buildings in Funchal and in other areas too.
Yeah, and I know we're going to go around the island, but most of the time when you visit, do you stay in a single place or you move location as well?
No, I stayed in Funchal all both trips,
Okay.
and the accommodations are great. There's because it's caters to tourists. There's lots and lots of hotels, lots of restaurants. Yeah, you just don't have to worry about where you're going to lay your head at night.
Okay, so these were day trips from your central location in the Funchal area.
Yes.
All right, so let's I think now we're going to start seeing some of the photos here. And make sure that I click on the right place.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, Anita.
So as you were flying into Madeira, this is the runway. It is 2,781 meters long, and a significant portion of the runway is built on a platform elevated by 189 pillars over the ocean and over a main highway. It is well known for its unique engineering and challenging approach due to terrain and wind shear. The pilots have to have a special training to use this runway. And the last time I was there, we ended up spending 2 extra days in Madeira because the plane could not come in and pick us up. Too much wind, too much rain.
Oof.
So got a couple extra days, but because it was raining so hard, they were sort of wasted days. Good days to catch up on the sleep.
So imagine, guys, it's so mountainous that they actually had to extend the runway into the sea. So
Yes,
let-
it
let-
is quite
I'm looking at and at the where you'd come in, and I'm saying that's hanging right over the water.
it is over the water.
You know, it's like that's pretty amazing and scary at the same time.
And you know, you just don't think about it. I always get an inside seat on the plane, so I don't always see these things.
all right.
Perhaps a good reason to be on the inside.
Okay, so let's do the next slide. So I need to explain this one here.
Yes. Now these are the pillars that are supporting the runway, and you can see the road underneath. So I took this picture from a moving vehicle. I had no choice because you can't stop in the middle of the road to take your photos, and I'm surprised I got it so clear.
Wow.
As you can see, it was a 40-kilometer speed zone.
So on the left, is that water dripping down, or is it just something shiny?
It's that is a bit of water, I believe.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is right at the airport then, I guess.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. That's the runway, underneath the runway.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
yeah, it's gorgeous.
Okay, and now we're going into a little bit of the history of the island, and I've put a number of photos in that show some of the older buildings. So this is Fort Tiago. It was built in 1614 and has undergone many restorations. It is notable for its prominent yellow walls. It served military purposes until 1992, and today it is used for cultural activities and houses a contemporary art museum. And you can see it's right on the water.
So he has all
Yeah,
the
I'm looking
architecture.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just saying, I'm looking at the coral, the jagged coral and whatever in the water. That reminds me of when I was much younger, and I got out of high school and I went to Bermuda, and I stayed there for like 10 days. And I was at where I was staying at. I basically went down some very sharp rocks and swam in the ocean and did some skin diving. And I ended up coming out with quite a few scratches on my body because there was so much jagged coral close to shore. You know, it was kind of hard to avoid it. You know, if you got caught with a good wave, you know, it would just slam you into a piece of coral. And this kind of reminds me of that because I see the pieces of coral sticking up everywhere.
And imagine, Jeff, this is not only coral, but the rocks are sharp volcanic islands.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's there. It's part of the volcano, so it's rocky more than coral.
Yeah.
And I told Anita, you didn't take any bath in the sea during the 2 times
No,
because it
I
was
did not go in the water. Actually, a little later on, you'll probably know why I didn't go in the water.
exactly very good. But I was saying that this is a typical architectural style for fortifications of that time for both the Spanish and the Portuguese. Correct? So you were the El Morro, Puerto Rico, many of the fortifications in Latin America, including here in the United States, San Agustin in Florida, had this type of fortification against the British pirate and French pirate. All right, Anita.
Okay, now we go to another fort. This is St. Jose Fort, and it was built in the 15th century and served as a defensive infrastructure. The present building dates to the 1800s. It was used by the British during the Napoleonic Wars as barracks and as a prison. And today it's privately owned, and it is not really all that safe. They have it blocked off now that you can't go up the steps, because the view from up top, where you can actually see where they've had some seats up there, the view is fantastic, but not safe to go there anymore. So, yeah, they did a lot of restoration to it
All right.
to keep
And
it.
it's a private accommodation. It's a private place now, correct?
Yes, it is privately owned.
And you can still visit or not?
No, you can't visit. Unfortunately, like I say, they've blocked up off the stairway, so you can't go up the steps. You can't get up to see the view. And whoever owns it obviously doesn't want visitors coming in and to their home.
I can understand that. All right, so Anita.
Okay, and so in the background of this is a restored fortress. It's Fort of Our Lady of the Conception, and it was constructed in 1654 to enhance the defenses of Funchal and safeguard trade from pirates. The military occupied the fort until the 1970s. It is privately owned today by Nina Silva, and he's a renowned Madeiran interior designer. It houses an exhibition area and a restaurant. And in the foreground, you can see a typical working fisherman's harbor. So the buoys, or we call them buoys from the East Coast, that very colorful.
Beautiful. So that means that you have a lot of fish in your in the foods, right? There.
Oh, fish is very important to this island. And it's a prominent food dish at restaurants.
Beautiful. All right, so the next one here.
Okay, and so this is just a typical apartment building, and you can see how the streets are hilly. So everything is built on a slant, some more than others. There's very, very little flat land in Madeira. It's mostly uphill when you're walking. It's never downhill when you walk. That's a joke, by the way.
Yes. Very beautiful.
Okay, and here we have a couple of the famous statues in Madeira. So the first one is a statue of Cristiano Ronaldo, and he was a famous football player who was born in Funchal. The statue measures 3.35 meters and weighs over 800 kilograms, and it was unveiled in 2014. And you can notice that there is a different discoloration on part of his anatomy, and that it is said that rubbing that part of his anatomy will bring you good luck. I don't know. I did not try it.
You lose a chance.
Yeah, it's well endowed. And the second one is a statue of Empress Sissi, or Elizabeth of Australia, and she was inaugurated in the the statue was inaugurated in the early 21st century. It is life-sized and commemorates her 2 visits to Madeira. Sissi was the wife of Emperor Franz Joseph I and was born in 1837. She suffered from depression, anemia, and lung disease. Her doctor advised her to travel to Madeira as he believed the climate would be favorable for her recovery. And the statue is located on the site where she stayed. And in the background is a hotel, and that is the hotel that I was in December.
So it was a very popular destination during the 18th century for people of means, and obviously
Yes, very popular for tourism, and again, like her doctor saying, it was a good place to go to recover. So it was quite a tourist area in the 1800s.
Exactly. Very good.
Okay, now this is called the Ugly Grouper, and he's a statue entirely made of plastic waste from the ocean. It was erected in 2019 as a reminder of environmental issues over consumption, resource conservation, and recycling. It's very colorful, and it's not tiny by any means.
As beautiful as ugly
Well,
material.
And
I
you
think when you're on an island, you have a lot of problems with disposing of just normal garbage, because I remember finding I had a moped and went around Bermuda everywhere. I'm probably the only idiot that actually found where they dump all their garbage, and then there were like hundreds and hundreds, if not more, cars that were just like off the edge of a cliff and laying in the ocean against the where the ocean came in and hit the rocks, and it's like you say to yourself, well, you got to put your junk somewhere, but unfortunately a lot of it ends up in the ocean. When you're on an island, you don't usually have a dumps and places to recycle products.
know, and obviously there is quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's a really good thing that they are concerned about the environment and actually have these cleanups on a regular basis.
Very good. All right.
Okay, so now we have a typical Portuguese woman stirring a pot of soup trigo. Or it's actually called wheat soup in English. It's a traditional soup of Madeira made with soaked wheat kernels, pork, potatoes, carrots, and other vegetables. And she is dressed in more of the traditional style. It was at Christmas time, and they were getting ready for some type of an event. So you can see she had a lot of pots of soup on the go.
So this was like a street vendor, Anita?
She wasn't really a vendor. I don't believe that they were charging for this. I believe this was a freebie.
Oh, okay. And that was
So
a part of the
we
hotel?
were there too early, so we didn't get to partake.
Ah, wonderful. But did you try somewhere else that sopa de trigo?
I did not.
Okay.
And I did not see it at any of the restaurants that we were in. And I think that's probably because the restaurants are basically trying to please the tourists. But this is something that the soup is very traditional for the Portuguese people themselves. And this was right beside where she was making the soup. And this bread is called bolo de queijo. It's made with flour and sweet potatoes. Queijo refers to the hot stone that was used to cook the bread. Now it is baked on a stovetop or in a pan. And you can see the baker there. He's just finished wrapping some of the bread, again, trying to keep it warm for whenever the soup was going to be ready.
So they will eat this with the soup as well?
Yes. Yes. This bread you can buy in any of the grocery stores.
Okay.
It's very good.
It's like a pita bread or type of thing? Or?
No, it's more like a biscuit type bread.
Okay.
But it's sweet.
Oh, interesting. Sounds delicious to me.
Yeah, looks pretty thick.
Yeah, it's about an inch thick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I something that I didn't mind having seconds of that.
You did try this, right?
Yes, I've definitely tried that.
Okay.
And when we didn't want to go out for a meal, we would go to a local little store and pick up some of this bread. and take it home and have bread and cheese for our evening meal.
So you say that it was a little bit sweet, or?
Yes, it was sweet, and that must come from the sweet potatoes.
Yeah, sweet potatoes will do that. Yeah.
All right. Wow. That's cool.
Yeah, so you can see there he had a number already cooked and more cooking. Okay, so Madeira grows an awful lot of fruits and vegetables. A lot of the fruit I had never even heard of, and so it was quite interesting seeing their local vegetable or local areas with the farmers markets. So these farmers markets were all taken in different locations around the island. So you can sort of see that not all of them had the same things. And on the map there, has the location of the different fruits that are growing. And some of the fruits that they do grow are bananas, mangoes, tangerines, limes, lemons, maracuja, and papaya. Maracuja we tried that, and they have we would call it a pop drink called maracuja, and it's very good.
Oh, I guess that what you were talking about, the climate of this is the favor for with all these different altitudes, and obviously the volcanic soil is very fertile and being dry in places, and when for a such a
Yes.
while. Right? By the way, guys, we haven't commented that much on the photography. I love photographing these vendors with the colorful fruit. Right? Wonderful photo, Anita.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they have enough, being basically a volcanic island, that I'm kind of surprised that they have enough areas where they can grow all these vegetables. You would think it would be so rocky and everything that there wouldn't be a lot of areas to plant, but I guess that's not true.
Well, where they plant, they make use of every inch of the land if it's viable for growing anything.
Yeah.
Beautiful, Anita. All right.
Okay, and I took these photos just walking down the main street in Madeira, just to give you an idea of the buildings and how pretty it is. Lots of flowers, and I don't know, I just really liked what I was looking at.
Yeah. No, and what we were commenting is yes, maybe they don't have that much flatland, Jeff, but the volcanic soils are so fertile, correct? And with that, almost you can grow it everywhere. Probably you have a little bit of a terrace or something that you look at that. What's the name of that flowers?
That is a bougainvillea.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah,
That-
that was taken in February.
Wow.
It wasn't quite as nice in December.
Wow.
So I guess I was lucky to being there twice, because I was able to get photos that show what it's like in different times of the year.
That's true.
Okay, and here the first photo is just taken in one of the parks, in the Catarina Park. And the park is 3,600 square meters and houses trees from all over the world. And it has the lake with fountains, and it's a very good area for nesting birds.
Wow.
And the top picture on the right-hand side was taken from the hotel window, and that's just looking out and at Funchal at night. And the bottom one is a marble statue called Menios, which is at the entrance to the functional municipal garden. And this particular statue represents two boys playing in a duck pond. And if you look really closely, you can find a duck in that photo. That was taken at night.
Beautiful. Nice start on the photo, Anita. All handheld, Anita, correct?
Yes,
Beautiful.
all handheld. I did not have a tripod with me. I guess I don't like packing too heavy, and I don't like carrying a tripod around. And there were a lot of places where there was no area really to set up a tripod.
Beautiful.
So again, another photo functional at night, just taken from a different area, different perspective, and you can see how the streets all wind up the mountainside.
Yeah, they used every inch they could.
Yes, they certainly do. And the
You know what the population is on the island?
You know what? I don't know the answer to that, but I'll bet you Mrs. Google will.
Yes, this is Google.
And the photo on the right, there's one of the many cruise ships that come in. There were different ships every day of the week. And some were really quite large and some were a little bit smaller.
So it's a popular destination also for the cruises from around Europe to stop there in Funchal.
Yes, they're mostly from Europe.
Beautiful.
Okay, and now we have a look at the Lido Promenade. And this was taken in December, and it was decorated for Christmas, which sort of, it's not normally with all those lights, but Gustavo mentioned those lights look like they are jellyfish. And I have to agree, they look like jellyfish. And I think maybe that was done deliberately because of the location. And if you notice on the promenade, there's two different colors on the road. Well, the white stones are made of marble and the gray stones are granite.
Okay.
And I have no idea why they use two different kinds, but this was taken probably about 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and there were lots of people out walking around. It was hard to get a photo without people in it.
Anita says that they put those colors of stones in the pavement so you can have good leading lines for your photo here. And
Yeah, I guess so.
beautiful perspective photo here.
I looked up the population for you guys. 259,440.
All right.
It's
Not a lot.
It looks like you didn't use much of flash, isn't it, Anita?
sorry, what was that?
You didn't use much of flash.
No, I didn't use a flash at all.
Yeah.
I'm a bare bones person.
Yeah. Looks good, Anita.
And here we have the Rotunda Fountain of the Infant. And it's a notable fountain constructed in 1948 and dedicated to Prince Henry the Navigator. It features a central globe sculpture symbolizing the world and is surrounded by a water feature and vibrant floral arrangements. Because this was at Christmas time, it was all the poinsettias around it. They will change those flowers and it will be a different flower in the summer.
Beautiful. Anita, it was a long exposure or it was a...
It was Say that again.
The exposure was nice in as much as you have the full string of on the fountains.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I'm pretty amazed at that when you're hand holding that it came like that.
Yeah, beautiful.
You have steady hands.
Steady hands, not so steady of a mind. Okay, now these are a photo. The ship that was taken from the hotel grounds where we were staying, and that's a morning shot looking in one direction, and the next one is an evening shot, again taken from the hotel. So it does get some beautiful sunrises and sunsets.
Nice.
Now, is that, I'm not, obviously I'm not, I know nothing about Portugal. I mean, is that an area that is subject to bad tropical storms and hurricanes and stuff like that? Or is it kind of isolated from that kind of stuff?
Well, it gets heavy winds, and it doesn't matter what time of year it is, it gets the winds because it's on the ocean. But normally it's not, there aren't that bad of storms. It was unusual in December of last year. They said they had never had a December like that before, and it was a bit windier and rainier than normal.
And Jeff, typically they don't get hurricanes, right? Because
They're not in the path. They're not in the path of it.
No.
they are too close to Africa, correct? Remember, they come out of that area and then they move westward in the Atlantic. So because of the location and the trade winds, they typically don't get hurricanes. I think they get they get storms, but they are not prone to have. I don't think that. Maybe historically they have been some hurricanes, but typically they are not in the path. It's not like the rest of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
No, they don't get hurricanes like the coast of U.S.
Exactly. Oh, this is a scary one.
Yeah, cool.
Well, these are the scary photos. Now, these are wicker toboggans that were invented in 1850, and they were invented to transport the Monte inhabitants to Funchal. Monte is, you really don't know when you're going out of Funchal into Monte, so it's sort of like a suburb. It's all part of the Funchal province. So these toboggans can reach a speed of 38 kilometers an hour, and they take just over 5 minutes to complete the 2-kilometer route through the streets. The toboggans are driven by 2 men called carrieros, and they're dressed in white. They wear a straw hat, and they have rubber-soled shoes that allow them to brake. So they are going downhill, and they are running and steering the toboggan. And you can tell by the faces of some of the people that it was a little bit scary for them.
So this was a traditional form of transportation.
Sorry, what was that?
This was a traditional form of transportation before a tourist attraction, correct?
Yes, yeah. Like I say, they were invented in 1850, and that was how you got down to the main city.
That's good. Yeah, the people on the right there, a woman in the right there, she's like out of body experience going on.
Yes.
Anita, the question is, did you and David took one of those toboggans?
No, we didn't do that.
It would have been lovely to see David and you taking the photo of him coming down.
Or yeah, we could have seen him with that scared look on his face.
Exactly. Very good.
Okay, so here we are. This is Monte Palace, so it's up the hill from Funchal. It's a private residence it was a private residence belonging to the British consul, Charles Murray, in the 18th century. In 1897, the palace was turned into a hotel. but the owners declared bankruptcy 18 months after it opened. It was left to fall into ruin after the Second World War. But in 1987, it was transformed into today's Monte Palace Tropical Gardens, home to a museum and a collection of artwork. It was classified as a World Heritage by UNESCO in 1999. The garden has over 100,000 plants from around the world, set amongst ponds, pagodas, bridges, waterfalls, stone lanterns, statues, sculptures, and a number of coat of arms. It's a very pretty park. You could spend an entire day just walking around in there. Unfortunately, that day it was overcast. Would have been nice to see it on a day where the sun was shining.
Wow. Beautiful. Sorry. That was me, guys.
It's okay. You're giving me a break.
That's okay. I was trying to figure out what the echo was, so let me move here again. All right, good. Okay.
Okay, we can move on to the next one. And this is a statue, and it's the centerpiece of one of the themed gardens in the Monte Garden. I researched this and spent hours trying to find out more about this statue, and I could find out nothing about it other than it's very interesting. So she's just lying on in the garden, relaxing.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's just an interesting photo.
Yes.
Now, this photo here is one of the reasons why I wanted to go to Madeira. This photo is not my photo, but a similar photo like that is used as for the tourist industry to attract people there. Well, it attracted me. So this is from at the Madeira Botanical Garden, which is almost beside the Monte Gardens. The garden was created in the 1950s and covers 80,000 square meters or 8 hectares, 5 of which are landscaped. It houses more than 2,000 exotic plants from all continents. It has a research station and a conservation area with a mission of preserving endangered species. So this is my 2024. So that's a February picture, and it is much prettier if you get to see it a little bit later in the year.
Well, yes, but it's still pretty green. Let me make sure that
it is. It's nice and green. Just it doesn't have everything that it would have. Now, this is one of the themed gardens in Madeira. It's a garden of succulents. And the flower beside is called the Pride of Madeira. And it's a large herbaceous perennial subshrub growing to 1.2 to 2.5 meters. And it's native to Madeira.
Yeah. So they have all these. So this is still part of the botanical gardens, correct?
Yes. Yes, it's the Madeira Botanical, and the other was called the Monte Garden. And then there's another garden right inside Funchal, like downtown Funchal. There's gardens all over the place, basically.
Wow.
Oh, and this is an interesting plant. It's called the African tulip tree, and it is native to Africa, but it's planted as an ornamental tree, and it's thought to be one of the most beautiful flowering trees. Now, the flower bud is shaped as an ampule and holds water that people can squirt, just like you would squirt a squirt gun.
Exactly.
So I think the youngsters, the young children, have a lot of fun playing with this tree. The flower has 5 petals and they're 8 to 15 centimeters long. The nectar is sweet and attracts many birds. The wood is soft and used for nesting by hole building birds. So lots of woodpeckers and that. Unfortunately, we saw very few birds on either trip. It's, I don't know if it was because it was the time of year, like December and February. Maybe there's more birds coming May, June, but we did not see many birds.
Yeah, I commented to Anita that the streets of the house in Caracas where I grew up first were lined with this type of tree, and I did have a lot of fun with
Yes.
it. And it's beautiful. It's a ginormous tree, and I love to see when saw them again when I went to Hawaii. So they are common in Hawaii as well.
Yes, I think they're growing pretty well all over the world, but I believe in Australia, it is not a welcome plant. And probably Terry would know that, but I believe they do not like it growing there.
No?
I guess it can grow like a wild, like a weed.
Yes,
It's
No, it's a big
prolific.
tree. It's a big tree.
I haven't seen that around.
Yeah,
Ah, all right. Okay, so Anita, what we're going to do now?
Okay, now we have a map of Madeira, and what I did with this map is put the location of where I took photos at. And so we just finished the Funchal and the Monte area, which is on the south coast there. Then the next area that I'm going to go into is the Sao Lourenço Peninsula. And then I will be going into the interior and then back to the coast and going on the north coast and around, ending up back in Funchal. Now, I did not take the pictures in that order. I just thought that it made more sense to put them in that order for this.
Beautiful. Thank you, Anita. We appreciate it.
So this is the peninsula, and it's rugged, volcanic, and characterized by steep cliffs. It has an arid landscape, and it has dramatic panoramic views of the Atlantic Ocean. It is a protected area known for its unique flora and fauna. So there's quite a lot of hiking that goes on. So people do walk pretty well right to the end of the peninsula. That's if you're brave. Okay, now this is just the other side of the peninsula. So it's, and the peninsula, it's sedimentary geology made of pyroclastic rocks. And I'm sure Gustavo will tell you all about pyroclastic rocks, which is consolidated volcanic material formed from explosive eruptions.
Yes. Beautiful photo. Love it.
One of my favorite.
Dramatic, very dramatic.
Yes.
Very nice.
Just was there at the right time to catch the sun. And that's the bad thing about some of these trips you go on. You don't always get to the places you want to get at the time you would like to be there. So you do the best you can with where you are at that time. But this was caught on a really at a really good time.
Wow. Beautiful.
You can see lots of rocks coming through. And again, this is just on the other side from that last photo.
And
And
Anita,
you
there
can-
is a trail there, correct?
Sorry, you go ahead.
There is a trail there that goes through that peninsula.
Yes, that trail will take you right pretty well to the very end of the peninsula. Part of it is an easy walk, but then you will get to a part where you're going up a steep hill. I guess you'd call it a hill. It's not really a mountain, but there are steps, but there's no railing. And that's where I said, that's enough. I will not do any farther. David did go farther, but he eventually turned around and came back too.
Oh my.
But yeah, it's like I say, it's a very scenic trail.
Beautiful.
But you really have to have be a lot braver than I am to do it. I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem for some of the people that do a lot of hiking. Okay, and this is a view looking down from the viewpoint of Ponta Rosto. And that's just what the water was doing that day, coming in, lots of waves, very colorful water. And I think from this you could probably tell why I wouldn't want to go swimming.
Oh, beautiful.
And it's a long drop down there from where I took the photo. So you would not survive a fall.
Fantastic, Anita. Love the color.
That's like falling in a washing machine if you fell in there.
Yes. Yeah, you'd be worse for wear for sure.
That's right. You wouldn't look too good.
No. So this is just around the entrance to the peninsula, and you can see it shows how arid and dry it is at that area. And again, another walking trail. There's people go to Madeira just to do the hiking. There's more hikes than you can imagine. And some of them are easy and some of them are, like I say, I'm not brave enough for them. But, okay, so now we are going to head into the interior. I think you missed one though.
Oh. Anita. So
No?
Anita, no? It doesn't seem to be, maybe I made a mistake, but let's go to the interior. Maybe I put it, let's see, the next one after this will be, maybe I put it in the wrong place. They still
Oh yeah, yes. That one actually went with the other ones that was taken on the peninsula as well. And
So,
it's aloe vera.
Exactly.
It grows profusely.
Wow. So it's a succulent plant, correct? That grows in these
Yes, it is a succulent.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And it's a very healthy plant.
Oh, incredible. All right. So now we go to the interior.
Now we're going to go to the interior, and earlier I was mentioned that the interior is quite rugged and mountainous. So now these photos, as I show them, aren't really taken exactly. Well, they're in those places, but they're not in that order. It's not a right to left or left to right. I sort of jumped around taking those photos.
Beautiful. Nice. So let's go for it.
Now, did you actually drive in that area, or did you have like a guide, or do they have transportation that you used, or?
The first year, David drove, and the second year, it was by a tour guide.
Okay.
So I call this one Above the Clouds. And that's at the Mirador, or the lookout of Paradeo in Nuns Valley. It's at 1,500 meters. It offers views of Funchal as well as the Nuns Valley. And the valley, which you can't see in that photo, is famous for its isolation. And it's also where the nuns fled when they were worried about the pirate attacks in the 16th century. So the valley served as a refuge. But like I say, you cannot see it in that photo. And actually, when I took that photo, some of those clouds actually came over and we were walking through the cloud.
Oh my God.
Now, so this gives you an idea of the landscape of the interior when I say it's rugged and so on. Also, you can see how the land is terraced in some of these photos, and you wonder about their agriculture. Well, they terrace and they make use of every inch that they can. So this is Serra Agu, which means mountain range of water. And in the little town there, the parish, it was created in 1676, and it's the site of the first hydroelectric station constructed in 1953.
Wow.
Sawmilling was one of the first industries, but agriculture is the predominant economic activity today.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that.
Okay.
Very nice. Yeah.
This is the Ribeira de Mate Valley, taken from the Miradero dos Balcões. The valley is situated in the heart of the Madeira-Laura Silva Forest, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The forest is an ancient 20 million year old subtropical laurel rainforest covering 20% of the island. The slopes range from 300 meters to 1,600 meters. And you can see the laurel trees quite well in this, and at the end, and the little valley that's going through.
Oh, fantastic, Anita. Beautiful. Love the clouds and the topping the mountains there.
Beautiful areas for photos.
And now this is the town site of Ribeirão Frio, as seen from the Levada do Fiorado on the way to Miradero dos Balcões. The town is the hub of the historic irrigation system of Levadas. Most of the Levadas have a walking trail with them, so if you have the time and like walking, the Levada trails are not all that treacherous. I walked one of them, and it was quite scenic in some of the places, but it's a lot of it's right through the forest or the woods, so you don't actually get to see a lot. But here was one of the spots we were able to stop and get a photo of the surrounding countryside.
So Anita, if I recall correct, so these are like water channels, correct? That bring the water.
Yes, yeah. They're sort of channels that they used for irrigation. So the water, they're taking the water down from the mountain into the valleys.
And I can see in the photo, I don't know if people, there's a like wiggling lines. So it's like those are channels that transporting water. Like
actually, no, those wiggly lines are roads.
Roads, okay, but they are like they are some.
It looks like a road.
They are like aqueducts, correct? And then you can trail the aqueducts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you, Anita.
Okay, and now this is the third highest peak, called Pico de Arreio. And I have to excuse my pronunciation of these Portuguese words. It's the third highest peak, and it's 1,818 meters high. It features a radar station that the military installed in 2011. It's used by the Portuguese Air Force to monitor air traffic and for aerial defense.
Beautiful.
And you can actually, there is a walking trail there. I walked part of that trail, but I was on a time stop. So I shouldn't say I walked it. I ran a lot of it so I could get these photos. I didn't want to get left behind. And when I was mentioning it was cooler up in the mountains, it was that cool up in the mountain that I went to the little store and bought myself a sweater.
Oh my God.
I was just absolutely freezing up there. And it was beautiful down on the, like in Funchal that day. It was nice and sunny, and up here it was definitely not my kind of weather.
Are you sure you are from Canada?
I am, but you know what? I don't like the cold. Cold is a four-lettered word for me. So now here we're going to do along the coast, starting at Porto de Cruz and going to Santana, then Ponta Delgado, São Vincent, and Porto Muniz. And these photos are taken in that order. So, okay, whenever you're ready. Okay, so for all you drinkers of rum, the
Not anymore.
this is the rum factory at Porto de Cruz. It was built in 1927 with machinery from the Industrial Revolution. It produces rum according to the original methods and is regarded as a museum. And they had lots of barrels, and then I took some photos of one of their display shelves, and I don't think I could count as many different varieties of alcohol that they had there. It was all rum based, but lots and lots of different ones. And as you can see, they were a gold medal winner for the rum 970.
Wow. Beautiful.
And now we are in Santana. And these little A-framed houses represent the traditional homes that originated in the 16th century. They had an attic, and it was used to store their agricultural products. And on the ground floor, there was a living area and a bedroom and a kitchen. Not very big inside. I would not want to have 5 or 6 children and be trying to live in those little houses.
You let them outside.
Yeah, they let them outside.
Yes, that would be one thing you could do. And you notice that they have the thatched roofs there too.
Yeah.
And most of them are painted in those brilliant colors, red, white, and blue. It's not often that you see them in different colors.
Well, they look like they're wonderfully maintained, obviously.
Yes. And again, this is a February photo, and the flower garden is not fully developed at that point in time.
Well,
Okay, now we move on to Ponta Delgado. And it's a small village on the north coast, and it's a traditional agriculture and fishing community. So a lot of the communities, well, most of the communities are along the coastline. So this gives you a typical idea of what the towns look like, or the villages along the coast. And you can see it was foggy off in the distance.
wow.
And now we're in São Vincent. It's a charming village, and it links the bridge links the east to the west on the coastal road and marks the entrance to the village. And they have a little chapel there. I cannot say what it is called because it is definitely not my forte, but I will try. Capellino de Calho. It was built of balsac rock in 1692 and restored in 1885. São Vincent is popular for its historic church, volcanic caves, quiet beach, and surfing. So on that particular day, it was quite gray, but it wasn't as windy as some of the days that we were on the north coast. It's a pretty little blue bridge.
Yeah, it's nice. That's really a nice picture.
Nice, yeah.
And this gives you a very good idea of how they use their land for agriculture with all the terracing and I guess windbreaks to keep to help keep the plants from blowing away when the wind comes in. But and
You were on a helicopter there, or you were hanging on
no,
the edge?
I was on the road. It was taken through the window of the van that I was traveling in.
Oh my God.
And the curvy road, it leads down towards the town of Porto Moniz. I've got a couple more photos of Porto Moniz. So this is what you see when you're coming down the mountain. I guess if you want to call it a mountain.
Wow.
And
Wow.
yes, now this is Porto Moniz, and it's known for its dramatic natural volcanic swimming pools. And again, this is why I did not go swimming.
I don't blame you.
It was pretty wild that day, but beautiful.
That's for sure. Really nice.
See, actually, the swimming holes, the natural ones, are covered in water there. And here, I took this picture in December on a calm day. Slightly different view of the same area, but it gives a better idea of what the natural pools are like, and what the water is like on a calmer day.
Wow. So it goes so this is the time when people can go into those pools, and
Yes.
this where the pools get basically.
The pools are covered there.
That's where they don't come out from the pools.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. Incredible, huh, Jeff?
Yeah, it's something, huh?
To this.
Yeah, you
Beautiful.
wouldn't think it was the same place, but it is, obviously.
Okay, now we're moving into the southern area, or the south coast, and Ponto de Paro Lighthouse is not in order. The rest of them are in order, and I had a reason for putting it later in the slideshow. But we will eventually end up back in Funchal.
The roads.
So that is a typical road in the mountains. And that road is leading down to Pal do Mar on the southwest coast. It's an important fishing center and also an area for surfing.
Now you understand why they have to build the airport in basically top of the sea, correct? Because it goes from the sea to the top of the mountains.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's
So basically, their whole economy in terms of jobs wise, a little bit of some of it for catering to tourists, but then primarily fishing and agriculture.
Yes.
For jobs for people that live there.
Yeah, that's a lot of fishing, of course, in these coastal areas.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going on to St. Benedict Church in Riviera Brava. It's one of the oldest rural churches on the island and the one of the most visited. The church was built in the 16th century, deriving from a 15th century chapel. It underwent many changes in the 17th and 18th century, and in 1983, the rebuilding of the church began. It features Manueline and Baroque architecture, including a bell tower and a richly decorated interior. And they were doing some repairs on that day. You can see the men out front working, ladders up. Not sure exactly what they were doing. And this is the inside of the church. Very, very rich looking.
Yeah, ornate. Yeah.
Yes, it's beautiful inside. I can't believe how some of these churches. I have been in a lot of different churches, and they are just magnificent. So here you get a look at the inside of that church, where it has a rich collection of paintings, sculptures, and a collection of 16th and 17th century silver pieces, and 2 Bohemian crystal chandeliers.
Wow. Wow. Beautiful.
And now we're going back to Ponto de Pargo, and that is the lighthouse keeper on the left-hand side, keeping guard.
That's alive.
That's a live cat. I had many nice conversations with that cat. And on the right side is the lighthouse, which was built in 1922. It's active, still working today, and it's located on the westernmost cape. It houses a small museum, which was not open the day we were there. But the cat was entertaining. So I put the cat in because I know several of you are cat lovers.
Yeah, the cat seems very happy.
Yes, very content.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going on to Ilha des Aves, or Island of Birds. It's a privately owned, one-of-a-kind mini zoo. It houses over 300 birds representing 40 exotic species from various countries. As well as birds, there are gardens and man-made pools, and it covers over 7,000 square meters. So I just took a few of the bird shots from there.
Beautiful, very colorful.
Very colorful birds. And this is the guard dog of the zoo. So again, dog lovers, cat lovers, I did not forget you.
Thank you, Anita.
And now we're on to Camara de Lobos. It's a typical fishing village on the south coast, west of Funchal. Not that far. It's probably only about a half-hour drive, if even that. It's known for its colorful boat-filled bay, which it wasn't filled that day because of the time of year, but you can see the boats there. It's known for its steep cliffs and historic, charming streets. It was a favorite spot of Winston Churchill, who painted the village in the 1950s. And the lighthouse that you can see in the background of the top picture, it was erected in 1937, and again, a working lighthouse. Now, both those pictures, one is looking out towards the sea, and the other one was looking towards the land. So you can actually pick up some of the buildings that are the same in both photos. You can see where the ships are in one and ships are in the other. But again, a good demonstration of how they use the land. I believe most of those are banana plants.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're going to that one. Okay, now that's the Bar Filos de Mar, Bar of the Sea. It's one of the many vibrant bars in Camara de Lobos, and it's famous for poncho, and it's a beverage made of rum, honey, and lemon. And it's also famous for its cuisine of black scabbard fish. Okay. In that town, there are many creative decorations and colorful murals. Now, the mural that was at the beginning was part of the display where this mural came from. And this mural is called The Men of the Sea. It's dedicated to the local fishermen and the maritime identity of the village.
Beautiful.
Yes, the whole town was one that you could just walk around and enjoy. We didn't have a lot of time to spend there, but it would be a spot if I went back. I would plan on spending about a half a day there, just walking around and maybe visiting that bar too. Okay, and this is another mural, and it's created entirely from recycled marine debris collected during a local coastal cleanup. It's called Lobo Marino, and it depicts a Mediterranean monk seal. When the island was discovered, monk seals were the first things sighted by the sailors. And the name Lobos is Portuguese for sea lion, and that's how the town got its name, or the village got its name, from the seals.
Yeah, beautiful.
Very nice. Very nice.
There's a lot of murals in the island, Anita.
This place has the best murals on the island, but not the only murals.
So that mural that we selected for your title slide.
Yeah,
that
same place.
From this area.
Yeah, same area, same town.
Beautiful.
Looks like the same artist too.
Yeah. And now we wind up back in Funchal, and this is on the last day that I was there. So lucky to have a rainbow. And again, I took this through the window of the hotel that we were in. And I thought that was a good way to end this presentation.
Beautiful, Anita. That's wonderful.
Yes. Great shot. You can never complain. That's a sign that you had a successful trip.
Yes. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed my time there.
And if you have any question for Anita, please, this is a good time. Actually, I have few, Anita. Obviously, you visit 2 times in passing. You mentioned for you weather-wise, which was your preferred time to visit?
Yes. If you're going there, because of it being subtropical and never getting that cold, the one thing I would say, take a raincoat. That's the best thing. Take a warm sweater or a jacket, and the rest is just normal wear that you would wear in that. But the most was, having something warm to go up in the mountains, and then having something to keep the rain off you. And it did rain a number of times, so I did have a raincoat with me, and luckily my camera did not get wet.
Well, excellent. By the way, that's the next question that I have for you, Anita. So, what camera did you take, and what camera you would recommend given your trips?
Well, I took my 6.2 on both trips, and the lens I used on the first trip was my 24-70, and on the second trip I used the 24-120. And I really didn't have much need for any other lenses but those. Being as there weren't that many birds around, I didn't need to have a big zoom. And when you are in the little towns and that, you want to have a closer lens for that.
Question for you here. Put on the screen.
Okay, yes, I did get to the Fennel Forest. And that was Robert that asked that question.
Yeah.
And generally, they don't have birds, or just happen when you were there?
I think they have a lot of birds, apparently, and a lot out on the peninsula. But because I didn't get to the end of the peninsula, I did not get to see what was there.
Fair enough.
And there are a number of songbirds, but I think that they were sort of on vacation at that time.
How long do you typically stay when you go there? 2 weeks?
I would recommend at least 2 weeks. And if you like hiking, I think you could make it even longer than 2 weeks. There were a lot of areas like being there twice. What I saw on the second trip, a lot of it was very different from what I saw on the first trip. So if you're adventurous and like driving in the coastline or driving the interior and doing the walks, yeah, you could easily spend a couple weeks there. And if you're into museums, I didn't go into any of the museums, but there were more museums than you could shake a stick at.
So, and the accommodations, Anita, you mentioned that you guys stay in Funchal both times, but were they kind of nice modern hotel or?
Oh, very, very modern. And the second time that I was there, I was in the hotel, was part of a casino. So the casino was a separate building, but it was the casino hotel. It was absolutely beautiful inside. And we had our breakfasts were part of our hotel. So that was really nice. A lot of the hotels do have it where you book and you have a breakfast, or you can, if they don't have that included in the price, then they do have an area. You can never eat all that they have on those buffets. They are immense.
And price, why do you find it expensive or reasonable?
I found it very reasonable. I mean, these trips were, were not all that expensive. The first time, like the trip it included the rental car.
Oh.
So that was really nice. Rental car, hotel. So, and I booked my trip with Portugal Getaways. And I would recommend, if anybody was going to go to Portugal or to the Azores, that they look at the Portugal Getaways or the Azores Getaways. And they're related companies. So you can get Azores. On the Azores, they will have some of the mainland Portugal trips and the Madeira trips, and vice versa. On the Portugal, they'll have all of the areas.
I think Robert put a comment about the
forest, the flannel.
Exactly. So they say that it's magical. Let me just bring it here. So perhaps Robert and Anita can explain. So what is the characteristic of that forest that makes it special?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Gustavo.
So what is that? The characteristics of that forest that makes it special, that both to you and Robert?
Part of it just because it's so old, and actually there was, I think that they saw that forest on the first trip, and they've had a fire since then, and so a lot of it was destroyed during that fire.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You don't think of a little island, a subtropical island, having a forest fire, but they do.
Any other question for Anita, please, guys? If not, let's thank Anita for a wonderful presentation. It's
thank you.
As good as it gets, Anita, for a travel photography, and of course, both your narration, but your wonderful photos as well. All right. So, thank you. I mean, what can I say? I mean, you make
Really
us
nice.
want to go there, correct, Terry?
I think
Yep.
you should go there. And actually, I'll recommend you going to the Algarve area in Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
It was really nice there. I was there in, just about the time of when COVID started. Just got back to Canada before they started with all the restrictions. But it was beautiful weather there. It was go around in your shirt sleeves and shorts. And easy driving, really easy driving. Even though I did go up in the mountains, but it was easy driving.
Wow, no, fantastic, Anita. No, as I told you, I've never been in Portugal. That's in my bucket list for sure. Both the mainland and some of these Atlantic islands. Right? The same. Saying I would like to go to the Canary Islands. Part of my family came from the Canary Islands, part came from the Basque Country, originally from Venezuela. So I love to see some of those islands in the Atlantic.
I believe the
That way you're
Canaries
wearing
are
the yellow
warmer.
shirt. That way you're wearing the yellow shirt. Canary Islands. But no, Anita, I mean, phenomenal pictures, and you really captured, like, I mean, you went everywhere. I mean,
Oh yes.
you went
Like I
everywhere.
say, I get bored easily, so I like to get around.
And as they say, you hit the ground. You hit the ground running.
Well, on my second trip, I took 5 friends with me. So, and they were very pleased with what we saw and did.
And Anita proved that this is the best way to spend your money, certainly at our age.
Yeah,
Yes.
she didn't bring 5 lenses with her. You know,
No,
she got away with 2 lenses, and look what she got. So there you go. You don't have to like be pulling behind you. You know, a huge suitcase full of camera stuff.
you know, for somebody that doesn't mind using a tripod, yeah, a tripod would have been a nice accessory to have, but I always find some kind of a surface that I can get to and either lean against something or be able to set my camera on something just to help me keep it steady. And I guess I've been very lucky that way, finding something where I could do that.
Yeah, beautiful.
Well, to be honest with you, most of the smaller travel tripods probably would not do you much good if you're in an area where you got wind like that. You would have to bring something more substantial, and then you got to carry that thing all around with you, and that's a pain in the neck.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to have had it on a tripod and on some of the days that we were out traveling around. And actually, when we were in on San Miguel in the Azores, we had wind and rain so bad that our tour guide didn't complete the tour. I mean, he was very nervous about it, and I was thinking, I've driven in stuff like this before. It's not that bad, but it was pretty windy for them.
So Terry, you now have the example here. What to do? So are we convinced you?
Well, I haven't been there. I don't know nothing about it. Don't confuse me.
He can't go until he finishes the 50,000 photos.
Hey,
Yes, exactly. In 3 years.
I counted on you for July. That's good. But Anita,
July.
thank you, Anita.
27?
You're very welcome.
It was.
Yeah, that was really nice.
And you did very well narrating, and you pronounced the words 100 times better than I would have.
Well, I've been known to slaughter languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you make Luis, which is our Portuguese friend, very proud of the way you represented Portugal and Madeira in particular.
I would just write a lot of those words, names down, and hold up a card.
You know, I never thought of that. That's a good idea.
I'm not going to pronounce where this is here. Here's what it's called.
And you see, Jeff, Anita is a good is a well-traveled person, and is a good traveler because you just go with the flow. You pronounce it the best you can, and that's it. Right?
Yeah. And I know when I was on the Azores, a lot of the older people, especially the farmers, could not speak English at all. But we were able to communicate and have conversations just by gestures and so on. And oh gee, which island was it? Trisera? Yeah, Trisera. We had went out. No, sorry. This was in the Algarve. We went driving one evening, and there was a shepherd out herding his sheep. And he stopped, or we stopped, and I was taking pictures. He came over to the car and he talked and talked and talked. And another time, I was going to take a picture of a cow out in the field because in the Azores, everybody has cow. There's more cows than there are people, but they love their cows. So I held up my camera, so I could take a picture. Well, he's over by his cow and hugging his cow, and they really like their animals. And the cheese is to die for.
Remind New Zealand.
Yes.
Yeah, New Zealand, a lot more sheep than people.
So Anita, given the fact that you have been twice, is there a place that you would like to visit again?
Oh, I'd go back to any one of them again.
Okay.
Actually, the Azores have a trip on that you get to visit all 9 of the islands in the archipelago.
Wow.
And I would love to do that. I've been on 4 of the 9, but I'd sure like to see the other 5.
Oh, fantastic.
And they're all those islands, the topography is different in every one of them. So it's not like you can go there and see the same thing twice. Each island has its own unique features.
Well, we definitely would like you to go, for sure.
Yeah, well, you want to travel? You know who will travel with you?
Exactly.
Half camera will travel.
Half camera will travel.
Thank you, Anita. All right, Anita, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Wonderful job. And because you did so good, we're going to, next time you go somewhere interesting, we're going to bug you again to do another one.
Well, I just might do that for you.
And you know who can help. So very good.
Yes. Oh, I would not have been able to do this without you, Gustavo. I'd never worked with a PowerPoint before.
Wow.
And I can tell you it was definitely a learning experience for me. I was very lucky when I worked. I had clerical support and I had an IT team, so I never had to do any of this stuff.
Well, you have clerical support and IT in here too.
I do. I've got my team now.
As he did for mine the other time too. I didn't know nothing about it.
Yeah.
I had the program, I never use it.
No, it was definitely a learning curve.
No,
And I still don't know everything that you can do with it.
It's beautiful, Anita, beautiful. We love it. Anything this is what we always say, what is unique to this channel. Obviously the people, but also the opportunity to learn from each other and to share, right? I mean, I didn't know about that forest that you guys mentioned. And so now I'm intrigued. So when we finish here, I'm going to be looking at that Laurel Forest there that Robert and you were mentioning. But the images were fantastic, and I'm sure that we will get some more comments as your slides get viewed by others, and looking forward to see what Mr. Luis had to say about it. Right?
Yeah, the old saying, picture's worth 1,000 words.
Exactly.
Well, I thank all those people that have written in comments and that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and don't forget, leave some comment for Anita there when you watch this in the reruns. Very good.
Yes.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you.
I can find all my mistakes in the reruns.
No. I don't think you had any mistakes. So, you did great.
Very informative for sure.
Yeah. And for those of you who watch the show afterwards, you can always throw in a question from the recording, ask a question, and I'm sure, Anita will check it once in a while and answer a question if you have one, so just because you're not here right now doesn't mean you can't ask a question later on when you watch it tomorrow or the next day.
All right, thank you very much. So let's Anita, you're very much welcome to stay. We like to have our single female contingency in our show, so that it proves that the YouTube algorithm doesn't catch everything.
Right. I don't think I said that. Did I? I was talking about that behind the scenes, right? That I looked at the YouTube algorithm for the show, and it said my algorithm said that my audience was all male and 65 years and older, and so Anita, she sticks with us, so that proves the algorithm is incorrect.
And we are not 65 and older.
I made you a liar.
And Robert makes this comment. Yeah, PowerPoint was like something that we had to use all the time for presentations at work, just like Gustavo. As Gustavo had that same thing drilled into him in his corporate life.
Exactly.
And where every time you had to do a presentation in front of management or a project manager or an engineering discussion or whatever, you spent hours on PowerPoint. That's everything was done in PowerPoint. I mean, I don't have it now. I don't have a Microsoft, computer, but I used it a lot. As they say, back in the day, I used it a lot.
All right, so let's go to the rest of the show here, and let me share some of the other windows so that we can use it as a guidance. So we're going to go now. Oops, did I share now? Yeah. So we have some photo sharing, but let's keep the photo sharing here, Jeff, and let's go to some of the discussion. We come back to more photography afterwards, okay? So let me.
You want me to just talk about all the rumors and then we'll jump back to pictures?
Yes. Let's go back.
All right. So as Gustavo touched on earlier, when we just kind of like did a 5-minute preview of discussion topics to come on the rumors, he mentioned that, the firmware update for the 24 to 120 f4 lens that many of us use and love. And that was just so presumably the whole point of that update was to improve aperture operation reliability and reduce aperture operation noise. And then they also updated the Z5 II camera to version 1.11 to change the way the aperture is adjusted on the lens when the standby timer expires. So, not anything, that's major. Obviously, if it was a major, the firmware would have gone up by a full number, so just minor things. And Gustavo had on his sheet, he had up before, Bright & Star announced an APS-C lens, 7.5 millimeter f2.8 version 4, ultra wide fisheye lens for the Nikon Z mount. And intro pricing from May 11th to the 21st, so you still have time, is $139.99. And after that, after May 21st, it'll go up, $20 to $159.99. Now I will bring up an image here. Now, Nikon Rumors is saying that, they're claiming that this lens that I'm going to share. This is the forthcoming 120 to 300 f2.8s VRS lens with a 1.4 TC built in. They're saying it's going to be priced in the $8,000 range, and I don't think that's true. I think it's going to be between 9 and 10,000. I don't think it'll be more than 10 because typically zoom lenses do not cost as much as fixed telephoto lenses, like the 400 with the TC, built-in TC, and the 600 with the built-in TC. But I would say 9 to 10 grand would be my guess. Now the F mount 120 to 300 f2.8 when that came out back in 2020 was $9,499.95, and that didn't have a TC on it. And and then so there was also Canon right now has a 1 to 300 f2.8 lens that's $10,599, but that doesn't have a built-in TC.
Exactly.
So they're not going to give this lens away, but I think it'll be, it's not going to be a lens that everybody's just going to say, oh yeah, I have that money sitting in my drawer in my bedroom. I'll just take out the money and buy it. But I have no doubts that it's going to be a phenomenal lens. But it's going to have, a certain audience, that's going to be able to afford to buy that lens, and good for you if you can afford to get it, because I think it's going to be a great lens.
I think it's going to be this lens, Gary, it will be wonderful for safari, correct? Because you have such particularly with that TC on.
Depending. In my case, most of my photographs is on 600.
Exactly. No,
depending where you are.
And that's actually a point that I make in Matt's show, the one that he do live on Thursday, and people misunderstood what I was talking about. That if you are a birder, birder, and I hate that term, but if you are a nature photographer that photograph birds, right? This will be this will not be my first choice. That doesn't mean that this is not such a great lens. This is a wonderful lens, okay? And so I was not saying anything wrong with it. But if you are going to take mostly small birds, small mammals, this will be. I would prefer to have a 600 or the 800, correct?
Yeah.
But
this would be a lens that you would take on, like with Gustavo, like when you went on the whale watching tour, or a dolphin tour or something like that, where you're getting kind of close to it, and you're not going to have the. They don't show this with the lens hood. I don't know how big the lens hood is, but we all know how big the lens hood is on the 800. Pretty darn big, and. But this would be great for taking pictures of soccer, baseball games, soccer.
I think that primarily
car racing, things like that, where you can walk around near different parts of a track and get pictures of the cars that are racing. This lens will have a lot of applications, and it's fast enough too, where you could use it. Even if you want to isolate a subject or pull in a subject, doing landscape photography, it wouldn't be a bad
weight of it
for that either.
No, we don't know yet, Larry, because they have been only announced there is no specs on it. Right?
Yeah, no weight or length really or anything yet. And now they're supposedly. Let's see if I wrote it down somewhere. Oh yeah, Nikon. Release date supposedly is going to be the end of this year. That's all they're.
There's a lens for specializing. I can't see any use in my hands.
Yeah, it's a wonderful lens, no doubt. And
nice to have it if you have spare money.
Yeah,
but it's nothing really. If I had it.
No, Terry, at one time I have the 200 to 400 millimeter f4 zoom, right? Because this is a fantastic quality zoom, right?
Yeah, of course.
And fixed aperture, and obviously now with the addition of the convert, beautiful. But I didn't use it, right? I have that lens. Actually, this is one of those that I had to trade when I got my new 600, right? Because I didn't use it as much as I was using the 600, okay? Because
I had the 100-400, and I get rid of it, and I bought the 400 because I saw more chances to use the 400 somehow instead to have 100-400 when I have already the 180-600.
No, no, I doesn't. But and that's what I agree with Jeff. At $8,000 or so 8,000, less than $8,000, I don't think they will build enough of these lands for to to keep it in stock because it would. So
That's
I
professional.
these
Yeah. I mean, there are many folks, including many of us on the panel. Where we take what we do seriously. We want to try to get the best quality we can get. But I don't make 5 cents. Well, I can't say I don't make 5 cents, but I make $50 here, $50 there. But I don't make anything that I could say I can justify a $14,000 lens. Now, I mean, if I had the money, I mean, I would definitely get some of these lenses because they're phenomenal, phenomenal glass. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. But I myself can't justify it. I mean, the 800 for me was probably the most that I want to spend for a lens for me personally. But I envy the heck out of I have a friend that has the 400 with the TC built in, the 600 with the TC built in, and I wish that I could do that, but like I said, I don't. My stuff isn't in magazines. I don't. I don't have the
not
disposable.
only that, Jeff,
that,
for
but-
what you do, the 800, and that's the point that I was trying to make in Matt's. The 800 will serve you better, okay? Not because it's a better lens. These are just different tools, and the kind of thing that you do, the 800 will work much better for you. Now, this is a fantastic lens, but I tell you, it's not going to be $8,000. It's
No, it's not going to be $8,000. No.
it's a wonderful lens. And the other is good that you brought the photo because I think in several of the forums, our friend Roy was saying, does it have a filter? And this has a place for a filter at the back. It's just that Roy is not familiar with that type of. This is for the new design for the 600 and the 400. So this will take a rear filter as well, correct?
Yeah.
So it has everything, correct?
Yeah, that's what you have right here.
Exactly. That's what
There's a little lever there that you could pull it out, and put a small little round filter in the back.
exactly. But it's a wonderful lens. So I wanted to have a discussion as well, Jeff. I'm glad that you brought it because I think they misunderstood the comment that I was making that if you are photographing birds, small mammals, you will be better served. Now you are a sport photographer. This is a dream.
Oh yeah, if you go to the Olympics,
Oh.
and you've got photography access, you're doing shots for a magazine or something, and you're up close. This something like this would be phenomenal for track and field,
Yes,
pole vaulting, all those things in the Olympics. I mean, it would be a great lens for if you're a sports photographer. This is, or even someone that does serious, works for a newspaper and does like local sports, for high school sports, college sports, or whatever. This would be a great lens for a lot of people.
yeah, and I know many of us.
I see more use for this for the close areas than Olympics, because the Olympics, depending where you are, if you are on the line, okay, but
Yeah, but I'm
nowadays,
saying if you're a pro, you're on the line. If you're
always
yeah.
sitting out there, well,
if you're a pro, you're on the
300
line.
is not enough.
If you're you or me, we got the 800.
like for like I think you commented that or somebody commented like for Ronald Pollard, our friend here,
Yeah.
that would be a great lens for him, right?
Oh yeah, Ron does a lot of stuff in the PGA Tour.
Exactly.
Stuff for the PGA Tour. He does photos at big, huge conventions,
Exactly. So he
gatherings of yeah. I mean, he would probably he's probably already kind of like doing one of these right now. If I know Ron.
exactly, but no, but the man spent his money wisely. So I'm sure that he would decide. But that definitely, I mean, the ability to take the ambience and go back into zoom for the close ups. Beautiful lens. But I still hope, because I think we all, I think I have it as well. But many all have the 180 to 600, correct? The zoom. It's a wonderful tool, but it's not the best zoom, correct? So I'm still hoping that Nikon bring another zoom at one point, hopefully with a TC that is more in the range, kind of equivalent of the more professional version of the 180 to 600, correct? But this is a great tool. So I'm glad that you brought it. But I'm not going to put my name on this one.
No, me either. But
But Randall will. Randall was thinking about it. Yeah. No, it's a wonderful lens, Randall. It's a great lens.
now the Nikon rumors also talked about the Z9 II, and they're saying now it's coming in 2027 because of a lot of the red technology that's in it is what's holding it up. At least that's their theory as to why we haven't seen it yet. But I think there's a lot of things going on at Nikon that could be delaying it. Part of it could be, the anything from tariffs and pricing, and they're also working on, we already know that we don't know when it's coming out, but we know they're working on cinema lenses, and they're trying to really get big into cinema. And I wouldn't be surprised if they don't come out with another Nikon cinema camera before we know it. And then there's still talk of like the D500 replacement, the Z90 or whatever you want to call it. And then there's now somewhat, I guess, confirmed, not super hardcore specs, but that they're going to do a small rangefinder type of camera that does not have an EVF, but supposedly will have a EVF that you could put on the hot shoe. They probably have to use the hot shoe that the high-end hot shoe that they have on the ZR, something like that, to put the EVF on that. They're saying it's going to be full frame, no IBIS, no video. I don't think they're going to have it with no video.
Yeah, that was silly. That was
I don't think I don't think they'll ever make something with no video capability. But it'll be interesting. And they're talking fixed lens camera, and as I said, I think I made a comment on Matt Irwin's video he did, that you got to start somewhere, and if something, just because it isn't something I would go for, doesn't mean there isn't a market for it. Because these kids are paying double, triple the price of old film point and shoot cameras, and they're paying 2 to 3 times what those cameras sold for, brand new, and they're gobbling them up, and look at all the money that Fuji says they're making with the Instax film cameras, which probably interest one person out of everybody that watches this show, but they're making gobs of cash. So it's a cash cow for them. So just because
they don't have anybody against them anyway. They don't have any competitor.
Yeah.
And since we don't have Roy here, I would say, Roy, I hate range cameras.
Don't do it. I hate rangefinder cameras.
but indeed, I mean, if they sell well, and we have seen many people dream to have a digital mirrorless version of the rangefinder camera. So make it and sell it. Right?
I think down the road, and because Nikon did it before, back in the 60s, early 60s, late 50s, Nikon could make a highly competitive rangefinder style camera with removable lenses, and go toe to toe with Leica, and probably sell the camera for at least $3,000 less. And Nikon's glass is not Nikon glass is not a poor man's Leica glass by any means. I mean, it can go toe to toe with anybody else's lenses. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's how they made their reputation was as a lens manufacturer long before they made any camera bodies.
So it's
So
not our current photography genre, but I asked here the people in this panel, including Anita, would you buy a rangefinder style camera mirrorless yourself or?
well, I mean, Randall kind of has. I mean,
I'll play Roy.
Randall's got some Leicas. He's got some
I'll play
Leicas.
Roy.
Now, I don't know if you got I know you have a Q series camera, I believe, and I think you had an SL2 maybe, right?
You
I
kind of
think
mute
you're muted.
yourself.
I think you're muted,
You
Randall.
are muted.
Okay.
We
Now,
can't
now,
hear you at all.
now we can hear you. Talk again, Randall. No,
No,
you
still
mute
don't hear
yourself.
you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Now
so
that's
what I
the
think it
perfect
was,
line
it
for a
was the
Verizon
speakers.
commercial.
Yeah,
Can you hear
I
me
think
now?
it was the speakers that was giving the echo effect. So I turned those off. You put on a headphone, and that way it takes care of everything.
All right.
Okay.
But
But
yeah,
did you have an SL2?
I had an SL2S, and it's heavy. All right, the lenses that Leica make are heavy for the SL series, but if you get like the M11 or the small lenses, they're fine. So I got an
But
M8.
they say Leica.
Yeah, but you gotta
That's
like
the story.
Leica.
That's the story.
The
The sign is
story
all the story.
Yes.
is
Come on.
it's a rich man's camera, okay?
The stupid
And
person.
Nikon,
That's what
Sony, even if you look at Panasonic, they make some great lenses.
25 years
So
ago,
Well, Lumic,
25 years ago, I go to a Leica shop with a friend of mine. He was thinking for the F4, for the people remember the past. I had the Canon 630, and we go there to see why it was so expensive. And the guy, they said, he tell us there, look, to be serious, two reasons. The one reason is the lenses. At the moment, they were the best lenses around. And the second reason for special occasions, because this camera is more handmade than the other ones, wasn't 100% handmade anyway, but it will last for sure if you take it on the desert and the next day you have to go to the Svalbard.
Okay.
Because of the more mechanical than the rest. That was all the time, all the story. 25 years before, I believe most of the brands have catch up. And
You see,
I only own one Leica camera because it was such a good deal that I would have been a total moron because I got like 5 lenses with it, an M3, and I always said, now could I buy it? Could I buy a new Leica camera? Absolutely not. I don't have the cash to do that. But I got such a great deal on it, and that's the one that I did a video on where I took the cover. I had to take the vulcanite off, and I had to put a new covering on it, and all that kind of stuff. I could tell you that camera works as smooth as it did back in 1960. It is a
Jeff,
mechanical
it
marvel.
is a human nature. It's a human nature. All right? I'm not driving cars. I'm driving motorbikes. I have Honda Goldwing. I have Honda Goldwing because I could have it and I like to have it. Not because 100% I need it or nothing else could do what this doing. But I want to have this particular model from this particular brand.
No, talk to my friend Bob. He had Goldwing many times.
38,000 Australian dollars. $38,000. I could have bought a very nice car. But I wanted that. That's how the people is with the Leica. They have the money. Good for them. and they like to have this, which doesn't make it the best. That's my point.
My
Doesn't
point
make it
is
the
that
best.
I've got a Nikon SP. You know, I got the high-end Nikon rangefinder camera from the same era as the Leica. And in terms of usability, I can see the focus patch is perfect and large on the Leica. I can hardly see the focus patch anymore on the Nikon. Now, the Nikon has some features that the Leica doesn't. But in terms of that camera works as good right now as it did back in 1960. So that does say something for the quality, at least of what they built back in 1960. I can't
That's exactly
speak.
what
I
I'm saying.
cannot speak for today's models that they make, but I can't even afford what they
Nowadays,
make.
everybody have catch up. Nowadays, everybody have catch up, and I know I can talk about Nikon, because the range of the lenses I had with the Canon, they were good, but not the top. Now I have the Holy Trinity, and I can compare it with anything you like. I have seen results from other cameras, from other lenses. They're not better. Or if I put it on microscope
Well,
and look,
a lot of people like to go
magnification
400x to make a point.
magnification of 10 by 1000%, things like that, I may see some difference. But who does that?
No,
We're doing it because we're
and then
once
you print it, you
Exactly.
have the dot pitch of your printer,
Exactly.
right? And the ink bleeds a little bit. And you know what? A lot of the things that you may see looking at your computer screen, you're not going to see when you print it out.
all the sharpness disappear suddenly.
You know?
Boom.
You know.
So let's
So,
go to
They work in our own stupidity, or whatever call it, and it is simply marketing, nothing more than that. Everybody with this particularly camera you're showing now, everybody talking, I've heard so many times, buy this one and you can change this one. Like everybody can change a series from one brand to the other.
No.
Meaning you have to sell everything and buy some other one, or you can afford to have another series, another brand with more lenses. Who have that? Who really have this power?
Not a lot of people.
95, 98% of the people, they don't do that. I did it once, from jumping from Canon to Nikon, because I was really disappointed from Canon at the moment. I was very happy all these years, but I've been really disappointed with the quality and of the camera, and I jumped to 850, and then I saw the difference. That's the only change I did, but I had to sell everything.
Right.
Everything.
And you did not, obviously, you didn't get what you paid for it. So
no.
Yeah, so you were able to switch brands, but you couldn't buy necessarily the same amount of lenses you had before.
It took me time.
Over time, you catch up.
To catch up, yeah.
Yeah.
But that not everybody doing that, and I can't jump out today to go to Sony because Sony have this one, and tomorrow go to Canon because Canon have something different. That's stupid. Nobody's doing it. But all this is marketing and YouTube clickbait.
Oh, it is. It is.
So let's go to the other controversy here. Yeah.
We're going to flow right into this screen that Gustavo put up and roll right into the A7R6. And they did come out with a 100 to 400 millimeter f4.5 GM lens as well. But I've watched a lot of these videos. I didn't watch necessarily all the ones that I watched 2 out of the 4 that Gustavo has on here, and part of this one. I watched this one, part of this one, That one, no. That one, no. But this is clickbait title perfection right here. Medium format killer. Not in your wildest dreams, my friend. Not in your wildest dreams. It's a 67 megapixel, and they say fully stacked sensor, and some say, well, we're not so sure it's really a fully stacked sensor, but it seems like what the criteria is to call something fully stacked, it may vary from one person to the next or one company to the next, but the commentary is they're not so sure it really is fully stacked, like they're saying it is. But and then Sony rumors themselves said, oh, it does more or less everything an A1 II does. That's not true. Look at the specs. It does not do everything that an A1 II does. Now it's priced in the U.S. $4,500, $4,500, and the A1 II in the U.S. is still $7,000. Now, when Matt Irwin was doing a discussion about this camera on a live stream with 2 or 3 other people, I believe, on his show at the time, I don't know how, but for some reason the Sony A1 II only sells for $200 more with discounts they got going on than this new camera.
That was through Australia.
Right,
Yeah.
In Australia. So, yeah. But it's amazing. It's $200 difference in Australia, but in the U.S. it's $2,500 difference. So try to explain to me how something can be $200 different in Australia and versus $2,500 in the U.S. But
unless they got confused or something. Because
I don't know, but
doesn't sound right.
But anyway, they're saying now Sony rumors. This is coming from Sony rumors, and I'll put my editorial comments, mix it in, and you guys add to it that have watched some of this stuff. Sony rumor says, I'll buy it simply because this is likely going to be the best camera you can buy. No more trade-offs between resolution and speed. You get both. You pay less than the Sony A1 II. What's not to like here? And now that one of the things their marketing is basically 3 major things. Oh, the scan rate is really, really fast. The megapixels are higher than anybody else, which is true. And they've got dual gain output technology, so they have 16 stops of dynamic range. So they got maybe a half a stop more and just shadows and the highlights than everybody else. A half a stop, really, when you think about it, really isn't much of a difference. Okay.
I will wait to see that on a pixel.
But they're talking about the speed, which is 18 milliseconds scan time, which is the A1 II, the Z8, the Z9 is like 3.7 milliseconds versus 18. So you are still going to have some rolling shutter with this camera. I have never seen rolling shutter using my Z9 or my Z8 yet, and I've taken pictures of helicopters, helicopter blades, fan blades, this, that, and the other. I personally have not seen rolling shutter with either of those cameras. So, yes, the scan rate is like a lot faster than their previous version of their own camera, but it's not faster than some of the other companies and even their A1 II. Okay, so it's not as fast as one of their flagship cameras.
They want to cover that, saying that it is the medium. It will kill the medium. You can't expect from the medium to do the things. The Z. You can't. Just because you cram 67 megapixels into a sensor for a 35 millimeter camera, if you had a 67 megapixel medium format sensor, you would have a lot more data because your pixels would be a lot bigger. Make only 50.
Right?
Fuji make only 50. Yeah, that.
It's still the sensors, the sensor's bigger, the information stored is a lot more. It's still a better camera. Still a better camera.
So the other silly thing, and I want you guys to your opinion on this, correct? And I would say what I think about the camera later, but that discussion that the Sony users are going to be pissed off because this camera is better than the A1 II. I mean, that's so stupid, correct? This is a newer camera. In some aspect, it has to surpass a camera that is almost a year and a half, 2 years old. It's like if they came with a C8 before the C9 II, and the C8 II is better than the C9 original. We should not have any reason to complain. It's just another camera. They keep updating. So the fact that people say that the users are going to piss off, it's a newer camera. You have two options. You buy it if it fits your needs, or you don't buy it and wait for the new generation of the camera that fits you.
Right, and you don't do what a lot of ZR owners are doing, or some ZR critics are doing, and or even some of the owners, some of the people that have bought it saying, well, I bought it because I know they're going to update the firmware to add these 3 or 4 things that I want. Well, you're an idiot. You don't buy the camera for what you think they might give you for free later on. They don't owe us anything. You buy the camera based on what it does when it comes out, and if you get anything extra, you do one of these and you go, thank you very much. I love you guys. You added more features. You added more value to what I spent on this camera. I didn't have to buy everybody's got, Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, Mark 4, blah, 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 blah. It's like your Z9 now is like you would have bought 2 other cameras if you go from what it was when it came out and what it is now.
Next one is the Z4, Z9 4. We have the Z9 3.
Yeah.
So anyway,
but
it's silly. It's silly what is happening. Definitely agree with you. That's why I put it here. Comparing this with a medium format camera, it's irrelevant. It's comparing apples with pears.
It's not the same thing. And
Sony have to sell a new camera. He gives a lot of money and to promotion. He gives all these people around here on the photographs money enough to make them talk about it. And if they want to have the next camera, they have to say a good words.
Yeah.
And that's because of people that I don't blame them. Actually, I don't follow at least the first 2 guys, but I don't blame them. They are businessmen. They are professionals. They do money from that. If I don't understand that they make money from what they telling me, that's my fault, not their own. And all this kerfuffle, all this marketing is for me, the little Terry here, to convince me that I need a new camera. Doesn't matter if I have already 10 cameras. I need a new one because they want to sell. Nothing more than that. I don't think we need to spend more of our oxygen talking about all these new things every 6 months.
Yeah. On the other hand, this is a preview or some sort of realization of the technology, how the technology is evolving. So the discussion around the technology is a pertinent one. That doesn't mean that you have to buy it. It's just that it means that the technology is progressing and there is the ability to create these relatively higher megapixel camera. Actually, I don't agree when people say, this is only X number of megapixels on the long side. It is a lot more information. Actually, some of the restriction that this camera has is because it's trying to move a lot of information, correct? When you increase the amount of pixels by 30%, the processor has to be also comparable.
that much faster.
Yeah, much faster.
but
and the
so in my
architecture and
opinion,
everything.
I'm not going to buy this camera because I'm not a Sony user. It's not in my ecosystem. But I think it's a great thing that this camera exists, right? If Vico will come with such a camera, it may entice me to buy it for the certain type of photography, correct? Because we do like the cropping. I think you mentioned Jeff, Jan Wagner review of the camera.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about some of the things he said, being a wildlife photographer using his camera.
And he
But,
made very good comments on Matt's in the chat a couple of days ago. Because he understands as a wildlife photographer the value of having more megapixel. Now, the discussion about the diffraction was a little bit silly, to tell you the truth, correct? Because diffraction is like anything; is a physical phenomenon, correct? And we have to work around it if we have the need for conditions that may lead us into having diffraction, correct? So
well, you have to understand what the limits are. And I think that and they said they're basically implying, okay, that with 67 megapixels, and I'm going to talk about good stuff on this thing too, because I'm not saying that it's not a good camera. It is a good camera. It's a very good camera. But you need to read between the lines of the marketing stuff so that you don't get hooked by the marketing stuff and you actually, make an intelligent decision, because they're like they do. Hey, they should have a mechanical shutter that could shoot 10 frames a second in any raw mode, whether it's lossy, compressed, or not compressed at all. It's still 10 frames a second mechanical, which their other camera couldn't do. It had 10 frames a second, but you had to be in lossy compression in order to get 10 frames per second. And now you got a 67 megapixel sensor that in electronic shutter mode, they could shoot 30 frames a second. Is incredible. Is incredible. Absolutely incredible. But there's like things in between, like the diffraction thing. Okay, supposedly with 67 megapixels, if you shoot at f8, your corners are soft. Okay,
for how many frames?
Erwin said for what he shoots, it wouldn't matter because he shoots wide open all the time. He's doing street photography. He's doing landscape. Whatever he's doing, he's shooting at 1.2, 1.4, f2, maybe f4 at the most. So that issue doesn't affect him. But if you're a lot of landscape photographers, I did a fair amount of landscape photography when I was young. Lots of times you're shooting at f8, f8, f11, sometimes even higher. Then that becomes a concern. So it all depends on what kind of photography you shoot, So it may or may not be a problem. And the thing is, like, it's not the same as an A1 II, like they say, because the A1 II will do 120 frames per second for their autofocus calculations in the camera.
Exactly.
This camera will only do 60 frames per second in autofocus calculations. And if you're shooting it let's see.
And why is that?
There's another mode where it knocks it down to 30 frames per second autofocus.
Is that, Jeff? It's because if it has so many megapixels, you have to move all that data with a processor which probably is as good or not as good as the A1. So it had to it's a engineering compromise that they had to do with this, correct?
Right.
But
those are things they don't tell you in the marketing.
But you have to read.
Why they say you have to do your homework.
Exactly.
Can I make a question?
Yeah.
For the 30 frames per second or whatever is what kind of burst you can do, and what exactly memory use? Do we know what kind of?
Well, it's their CFE dual CFE cards or SD cards,
which we know the limitations, which means the burst of a 30 seconds, of the 30 frames per second, it would be like the big Canon thing said, "Oh, we make a
Well,
30
they're only going to
frames
get like
for
70
one
and 90. They're
and
only
a
going to
half."
get 70
Yeah,
pictures.
but for a half a second, Canon said we do that. It didn't say, but it is for half a second, and you have to wait more than 1.5 seconds for the next burst.
Right.
Yeah.
Did they
So
disclose this details?
that photographer Terry called Jan Wagner, which do wildlife. Actually
I know.
he exactly. He's Australian, correct? It's a German Australian there in he said, and he tested the camera, correct? He tested with a view of a user like us here, correct? Which is mostly doing wildlife. He said that it takes about you fill the buffer at 30 frames per second about 2 seconds, which actually is not that bad because
Like
2 seconds
70 to 90 frames.
exactly.
So how many times are you going to need more than 70 shots in a row?
Now he said that he likes to have 30 frames per second. I know I like to have 30 frames per second. Jeff doesn't agree sometimes with me, but Jan gave a good reason. When later on we'll show you some of the photos. I mean, on the set of circumstances, 30 frames per second is good, correct? When you have more wind positions, when you will see. So it's horses for courses, correct? For certain photographers like Jan or ourselves here, that makes sense, correct? So that's where I don't object 30 frames per second. So, but other people get to say, how many times you use it? Well, it doesn't matter to you. Some people did it.
Go to Chombe and you will see.
Exactly.
Now, some of the things that Jan, I'm going to pronounce his name
Jan,
right. Jan talked about was, which was surprising. He said that it had troubles focusing on small birds on the ground. Okay, which that's not the only camera that has trouble taking pictures of small birds on the ground. But the surprising thing was, he says, if you're at ISO 1600, you get. He says if you're shooting ISO 1600 in good light, it's great. If you go shoot at higher ISOs, it says it affects the image quality. So that's a concern, because as a wildlife shooter, there are many times where I may be shooting at ISO, and I may be shooting at, believe it or not, I've shot pictures at ISO 14,000.
Yeah, but that was CD also.
It's not typical, but I sure as heck wouldn't like it if I shot at ISO 3200 and my image quality was crappy.
But that's Jeff. That's also was a little bit. I don't think it was silly from him, but it was. He didn't compliment with a large explanation. They are only testing the camera in JPEG. On the Z.
Yeah, true. They only let him shoot in JPEG, and that's the thing too. Is like everybody was getting on Matt Irwin, when he bought the Sony 7 5, not the R version, the A7 V, and you're a traitor to Nikon, this, that, and the other, all that typical crap that everybody does, and I just don't get all this stuff. I mean, this is a good camera. I'm calling out a few of the things that people said it wasn't perfect at, because there is no such thing as a perfect camera. But you know what? It's you got to give them kudos for hey, they could say they're just like we're the first. They could say we're the first ones that put out a commercially viable a global sensor. We're the first ones that put out the highest megapixel sensor for 35 millimeter. And for some people, that's not important. They're fine with a 24 megapixel camera. They're not gonna buy the 67 megapixel camera anyway.
And that's what I asked in my live stream yesterday, correct? Because did I say, did you keep the raw files when you do this camera review? Can you allow? And he said yes. then you can reserve your judgment about the quality of the higher ISO to the time when you can process the raw files and put it through their workflows that allow to the our raw files CAC9, talking about OSDICO user, at 12,800. If only you have a JPEG, will look lousy, correct? But you take it to a DxO processor or in Photoshop, and they look very workable. Like that's what you say. So sometimes they even do premature judgment on
Yeah.
things that are not fully tested. I'm not trying to defend Sony here. You're saying this is the evolution of cameras, correct? And we are in this step
Well,
of
you get into the it's going to be a great camera for a lot of people.
Oh, exactly.
Absolutely. Okay. And now a few things that one of the gentlemen, I don't remember his name, older gentleman there. Well, we're all older gentlemen, right? That was on Matt's show that owns looks like he owns like 10 Sony cameras. He's a big Sony guy. Now, one of his complaints was, okay, the camera uses new batteries because the batteries have a higher have a higher power rating. Okay, but at the same time, the SEPA numbers are the same. So and it's a battery that can only be used in that camera. And he has 10 or more bodies that probably most of them use the same battery. And he says, I got all these batteries that I can't use in that new camera. And he says, I have a problem with that. Now I got to buy new batteries. I got to buy a new charger. I got to buy a new battery grip, which is really expensive. And he says, and he actually said, and because of that, when I priced out the cost of batteries, the cost of the grip, and so on and so forth, he says, I bought an A1 too. He says, I went and bought an A1 too.
Fine. So
which is fine for him. But that is a consideration as well, is that you can't use, we're lucky with Nikon that we got a lot of cameras. We can use batteries, between different camera models.
Including F mount. Yeah.
I don't think that it is only, it's not like Sony is evil because they brought a new battery. It could be that indeed they want to increase the sales of battery. These are companies for profit, like Terry always said. But on the other hand, maybe this camera has some particular technological demands that require.
Well, no, they needed it because it has higher. It needs more juice to run the camera.
Oh, let me ask a question here to us, here to our discussion. Let's say they come with a Z9, let's not even talk about the C9 II, but they come with a C8 II, and it require a new battery. Would you stop buying the camera because it requires new battery? No, I would buy it. Then I buy the new batteries if that camera has some features that I need. Correct? I mean,
so the R5 II, the R6 III for Canon has a brand new battery. They are backward compatible with the older cameras, but it cannot use the older batteries in the newer cameras because it doesn't have enough juice.
Yeah.
That happened to us in Nikon, correct? I mean, we're talking about the what is the ENL 13, correct? All the different versions of 13, they are not backward compatible. So I think that was part of the, in my opinion, Jeff, is that people look for nitpicking partially because the YouTube fear is clickbait, correct? Some silly clickbait, like the comparison with video format. Some is nitpicking for cameras because they don't accept it fits them personally. They don't see the other users. They don't see that the technology had to progress, correct? It doesn't fit me, so I create I cry.
I don't care if I see a camera come out, whether it be from Nikon or anybody else, that doesn't work for me, because I'm not the one keeping Nikon in business.
Exactly.
I mean, you got to have variety because everybody's use case is different. Everybody wants a different thing, and it's an individual decision. My commentary I mean, I think this camera is going to do phenomenal.
I think so.
I don't have any doubt about it. I think most people are going to be very happy with this camera. Does it perform? Is it going to be as good as doing like Birds in Flight in terms of the rolling shutter as the A1 II? No, it's not. Is it going to be acceptable for a lot of people? Yes, it will. But but then again, like marketing is funny too, because here's probably the funniest marketing thing that I've seen is they're talking about, oh, now you got a button on the camera so you can illuminate your buttons.
Yeah.
How many years has Nikon had that switch to illuminate the buttons if you're shooting at night so you can see what the hell you're doing? And
nobody's talking about it.
And now Sony does it, and it's like, oh my God, the sky is opened up, and the God rays are hitting me and everything, and it's like you never gave Nikon any credit for doing it because they were Nikon. So I say good for Sony recognizing that it was a good idea.
They start mimicking.
It isn't a new idea. But
Exactly.
but the marketing will spin it like, wow, look, you can now illuminate your dials. It's like, well, yeah, I've been illuminating my dials since before the D850.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying, just the same advice
looking
I
for
always
new
give.
buyers.
Read the specs, see if it really works for you, and if it works for you, buy the bloody thing. And I hope you love it. And I think a lot of people are going to buy it. But do your homework. Most people don't do their homework. They get too excited about the marketing and most of these YouTube guys that push this. They're like pushing the product.
Exactly.
They want to get the clicks. They want to get the likes. They want to keep their subscription numbers up. Obviously, I don't give about subscription numbers because I speak my mind and that's it, whether you like, whether it's good or bad or indifferent. But the fact is that, some people are going to just, whether, and you got Nikon fanboys too. Everybody will fan the flames and that's the best thing ever. That's the best this ever. And
Exactly.
do your homework, right? How many times do you get well, Terry, like you were saying, okay, you say you got so many frames a second, but then you got a crappy buffer. And you can't take any quantity of pictures. So bragging about how many frames a second you have don't do you any good. If let's just say you shoot 30 frames per second and your buffer is 40 shots. So
now I use the H
for a
star.
second.
I use the H star, and I have unlimited shot. Unlimited.
Yeah.
I keep a figure and shot. No worries. Go for it.
Yeah,
It is the H star, but I couldn't see any difference between the two for the two files.
No, I don't see
really,
difference.
believe me, when it comes out the first one, I was really looking at, and I could see some small differences, and I thought, it doesn't matter, go to the food. Lately, before my travel and everything, I tried to see if it is the same. It wasn't. The H star, it is almost completely identical.
Absolutely.
I try it, it works fantastic, and it gives me unlimited shot, 20 frames per second.
Yeah.
I challenge any of these big guys with the 30 seconds, with the 30 frames and more, to come and compare with me.
Yeah.
We'll see how long time I will keep the frames, and how many frames I will have on the end, and how many frames these people they will have. Nobody compared this.
You still have a situation where the frame rate for some cameras made 30 frames a second, but then the bit rate dropped to do the 30 frames a second. So, and that's something that was not told to people or made obvious to people by the people that are reviewing the camera. They just said this camera does 30 frames a second. They didn't say, oh, but to do 30 frames per second, your bit rate's not going to be 14-bit, it's going to be 12-bit. Okay, but that's the part of it I don't like, and I don't care who the manufacturer is. If you got to meet 6 conditions to be able to get that result, and you make it out like it's easy to get that result, but you got to meet perfect requirements and 5 or 6 different things to make it happen. Boy, are you going to tick people off when they find out that functionality, you're not lying that it can do it, but you're not exactly being forthcoming that you got to have, this has to be a certain way. You got to be in a certain mode here, or you got to have a certain setting there. That stuff doesn't come out until long after people have already spent their cash.
And if you're talking about Sony, you have to have a certain lens too.
Yeah,
Don't forget
you got to have
that.
their lens. It won't work on third
You have
party.
to have their
Well,
own
they dumb down the third party guys and make them dumb down their lenses so they can't do the frame rates that you could do with the Sony lenses, which I think is kind of crooked, but whatever.
As you said, you have to do the homework before you put your hand in your pocket.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you deserve what you buy. You can't blame Sony, or you can't blame, I don't want to even use his name, whatever he says. It is your responsibility. It's your money and your choice. But if you like it, buy it. But don't blame anybody else because of this or that. Or you say, oh, I'm the best because of this or that.
Yeah. So
you like it, buy it. It works for you, good on you.
Is this a year or for you, Randall, since you are the Sony user?
Okay. I got the A7 IV, all right? I'm happy with it. I got the A7 CR, which is a 61 megapixel camera, and I just use it for street photography, and it's small and tiny, all right? I had the A7R5, and I didn't want to use it because it was slower than the Z8. I was happy with the Q3, so I got rid of it. I was happy with the A7 CR, and now I got the A7 V. I'm happy with those two, but I'm more of a Nikon guy, all right? Okay. I still use the Sony lenses on the Nikon cameras with that Megadap adapter. Okay. So I could sell those cameras and it wouldn't hurt me. I would still keep the lenses. Yeah.
Exactly. Tell them to do the same.
All right, guys. So I think we did this one. So anyway, conclusion, interesting camera. Yeah. Let's stop the drama and let's see when it comes out and what the limitations are and what the benefits are going to be for sure. And it will say, okay, that we talk about. So, Jeff, do you have anything else, or I got some stuff here. Update.
Yeah, well, supposedly Sony's going to have another big announcement in November.
Okay,
but they're not saying what it is yet. They are going to come out with the RX 100 in June or July, and the FX3 version 2 in August. And then let's see if Fuji rumors. If I really have anything in there, I'm going to skip Fuji rumors. There was.
I did like that video with the Sony 100 to 400, though. That was excellent. He always does a great job.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, I mean, you know what? Well, the thing is too with the guys doing these reviews and it's like you're trying to do content, you're trying to get something out there, you're trying to get people to watch your channel and stuff like that. But the reality is, like, even the one guy that Matt had on his show, he was lucky. He had the camera for 2 weeks.
Exactly.
Most of these guys that get a camera, some of them only get the camera. They show up and they say, well, we got to be here while you're using it, and you got 2 hours, or you got 4 hours, and you got people trying to tell you what this thing can do and how good it is and this, that, and the other. And a lot of them haven't even used it for a day.
2 weeks.
if somebody handed me a Sony camera, not having a Sony camera, or a Canon camera, not having a Canon camera, I'd be spending the day trying to figure out and understand the menu system. I
How
certainly,
you start the camera.
yeah, I sure as heck wouldn't be able to do an intelligent review and evaluation of a camera even if they
But
gave
they're
it to me for a
professionals,
day.
and they know.
You know,
They're pro. They're pro.
but so you
as we
gotta
said.
be careful.
Yeah. Although this guy that Matt has, that Jason, I believe is what's his name. He was a Sony user. That's what Sony gave it to him.
He's a Sony and Nikon user. Simple as that. They use both of them.
Exactly. But so I
He
think
doesn't hide again.
no, the opinion that he made were logical because he had the time to play with the camera. So a lot of the people making opinions are the one that didn't have even the amount of time that this guy had.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. 2 weeks is a lot to
Yeah.
give a guy a camera for 2 weeks. Yeah, that's a lot.
But this guy
nowadays.
Steve, he will never do anything like that. I think he have done it in one case, or I think it was Nikon, and I think it was the 6.3, which they give it to him for a couple of hours only. But he declared that from the first
This is
to the last second.
my initial
He was saying,
impression.
I have this camera for only
Right.
2 hours,
Yeah,
for 5 hours.
yeah,
That's what I can see, nothing more.
yeah, yeah,
He's serious.
yeah,
He's serious.
yeah. He does it right.
He's professional.
But so that's the new lens that Randa was talking about. That looked like an interesting lens that Steve reviewed, and I think Jan also have an opportunity to review. I don't see he have published yet the review, but that would be an interesting again lens, not so much for bird photography, but the fact that it's constant aperture and it depends how much you weigh.
Well, think about it. Instead of the 1-300 with the 1.4 TC built in, what if you had a 100 to 400 with the built-in 1.4 TC? That would change things. Then that falls into a birder's window.
Exactly.
Now you're at
560.
Yeah. So it's $4,300 right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
At 100 to 400. They came out with the 300 millimeter 2.8. That's 6,600. And what was it? The 50 to 150 f2. It's $4,000. So
yeah. I mean, lenses are so expensive now.
yeah.
Lenses are so expensive now. It's
That's
painful.
not $10,000, but it's not going to be also equivalent to the $10,000 lens. So anyway, good thing.
That's where the companies make their money. Is the lenses, not the camera.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I showed this last time, Terry. This is an older video, but you can see here Steve Matthias. Yeah? I think I spelled it wrong. Sorry, I have to do it. But that is, unfortunately, he published this after you already have created your contraction, right? And although he had talked about this thing before, but he updated from before when he had done in Safari. I mentioned it to you before because he was the one that was saying, hey, shooting low angle from Safari trucks could be.
As I said, I was trying to do something like that. Yeah. I didn't know exactly how to do it until I saw his first video.
Yes.
Before he make it.
Yes.
On the first one.
Yes.
And I thought, oh, that's a good idea.
Yes.
Jump on it. And I see what I had and I adapted. Yes. My differences, and I believe the reason I will choose my contraption compared with his, and probably yours too, it is that I have this, which means I can close it.
Oh, okay.
At any time. And I will have the camera here or down here.
Yeah.
That's the only difference. And I think I would have choose this because it gives me this flexibility. If I wanted to have us close, I don't need to go. I don't need to shoot like that, but I still can use it with the all this lower.
Yeah.
You know, because if you are like that, and you have the camera here, and you want some moment you don't want to go here because you don't have enough space.
Yeah.
You have to dismantle it, or you have to shoot like that.
Having an articulated
brown. Yeah.
What's it called? Articulated arm allows you to change the height easily.
Yeah.
Compared with what
that's why I said that's the only reason.
Yeah.
I would have choose this instead of.
I think, and I did watch. Of course, I knew what you had done. Correct? That you were the
and
one.
I changed this.
Exactly.
Can you see this?
Yeah.
Now I can do it straight to the camera. I don't need to have a bigger with a fit on a big lens. I can use it with a smaller lens, and only the camera. I go to the hot shoe.
In the hot shoe.
Yeah.
So these are fantastic, but so that was a great contraction. I ended doing something more like Steve, and I tell you why, Terry, as well, correct? And actually, like getting all these things, you end up doing some experimenting as well, correct? When you do these things, but you actually inspire me to I should build this thing because I have used it in the past, correct? I used it for many years ago with film camera. With film camera, I use it a monopod to shoot in top of the crew, correct? When I came into the pit, correct? So
that's what I was thinking to do, but because the camera was upside down and I couldn't really see what can I do.
Going down with the arm.
Idea,
So I have experience with that mostly for sport photography, and then I say I'm going to construct this that Terry's doing Safari because I sometimes like to use it and they buy several equipment and then Steve came with this and I say okay, it's time for me to do it. I see if I could use my monopod because I do use a monopod occasionally. Correct? And actually, one of the advantages
and you can. And you clearly can use it. It is very nice. And if you have a like exactly, that's what I wanted to say. If you have a monopod with many legs and parts, you can close it.
Yeah,
and you can have it much shorter than.
And I ended constructing this or Frankenstein the contraction. Correct?
That's the best way.
With the
Gustavo Stein,
exactly. Actually, I can tell you, Terry, the thing that was more difficult to decide at the end, correct? Oh, I'm sorry, it jumped. I mean, you know that Robert and I like the really right stuff, correct, for the clamp, which Steve also uses. So I did put at the end the really right stuff. So the good thing is that you can, if you go to a safari or a place that you want to use this, you can use a monopod as a monopod mode. Or you can use this as an extension from the safari car, correct? So it's serves a dual purpose. But the portion that took me a little bit of and ended up being silly, it was the attachment to this because
the attachment there, yes.
Because when I bought, and I think this is the
well, did you buy the remote, the MC, whatever it is?
You see it here on the. You see it here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It took me to come back to this, to your join. Exactly. I understand exactly your problem because I face it with mine. How can I make it from the jaws to the hot shoe?
Yes.
And only one thing I find, I was looking everywhere, everywhere.
Yes.
And only one thing I find in how call it, in Amazon,
Yes.
and I bought it, which gives me the extra hole on the top to screw it on my contraption. That's the only one. That I understand exactly your problem. And I wanted to ask you about the hand. Do you like it 100% or missing something?
Which one? The handle?
The handle, yeah, the
Yeah,
Nikon.
I do like it. And actually, as usual with me, sometimes they were not super expensive, correct? I actually ended buying two just because I had to try then the return one. But the Leo Photo one or the small rig ones, they were equally good, correct? But attaching that to the bottom of the tripod, they do have a 3/8 screw, but
Yeah.
the screw that comes with handle is too short. So he ended by trying to find a longer,
Bigger.
uh, and actually
Yeah.
the solution, and that's what I said. This is what gave it. The solution was actually using the feet that came with the tripod because it has a longer screw, and then it works much better because you can convert it into. You just take the, the foot out, and I will show you here, and then it becomes a regular monopod. Okay, so it was the simplest solution, was the better one.
Yeah.
But I ended up,
Keep it simple.
as usual, Jeff, you have to, you know, engineer,
Invent.
try several things until okay, this is the solution. So I'm very happy with this. So if you ever want, anybody wants to make one of those, do not concern about the 3/8 screw that comes with the handle. Use the actual foot that comes with the tripod,
Yeah.
and then you have both the monopod and the system to do vertical. But it worked fine. Actually, I have tried in my little pond to do low angle, just with the handle, and actually worked well. Correct. So places like in your reserve, the one that you have, that you visit, the park. Correct. If you want to shoot low angle and you don't have to lay in the ground, this contraction work well. Obviously, you need to operate the camera from the screen, correct? Or like,
Yeah.
so Terry, the only thing that I haven't bought yet, and I'm not ready to buy it, is the screen in the top because I'm quite, for the type of application that I have, I can see the screen, the extended screen.
But if you can see, I can't.
Exactly.
All right? I need glasses, and still I can't really see in this distance so well. I try it with my glasses, and I was struggling. That's why, and I was still on the looking and looking and looking until I find this screen, which was cheapy. But I thought, all right, I'll spend this money to see if it works.
Yeah,
If it doesn't work, sorry guys, and that's something else.
exactly.
But because I wasn't prepared to pay $500 or $600 and $700 for a small screen, which I'm going to use it once every blue moon.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
because I was really thinking, do I buy the grip or not? What is good, or use the
Remote.
how call it, the remote control? I
And
was thinking, but the advantage it gives you of the aperture and and
yeah.
everything,
The-
it is good.
Now,
I'm not. I don't like it 100%. First of all, because the wheels are continuing, doesn't have the click, and
okay.
probably for the video and sound, I don't know. Probably that's the reason. And the extra two buttons, they have it on the side instead of the on the front.
Oh,
It's a really awkward for me to press the two buttons instead of the
uh,
camera buttons.
and it's expensive, right? So I do
Yeah.
a lot of what you see some of the
I bought it. I bought it very cheap from Nikon, actually, because they had a offer. If you find it cheaper, we can match the price. And I was looking until somebody here in Australia, they had it on special. Probably they could sell it. They had it for a long time, and they put a super special and said, okay, but I don't want to buy from them. I don't like them. and knocked the door of the Nikon and said, yeah, okay, you can have it.
Very good. So anyway,
I was like,
that's the way
I saved $200.
that's on a $500 equipment. That's a good saving.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So Jeff,
It's 600.
okay, go ahead, and I chose some of the stuff. So I have it here. Right, I can show it. So let me move it here. Okay. So I have it here, not only the photo. Right. Let me maximize it. So it was this. Oops.
Yeah, I don't like
Doesn't
the
like it.
iMouse.
Yeah. So you see, it was attaching that
Yeah.
to this. So that
Really
way,
clever idea, Mike.
yeah. So
Really clever.
yeah. So if I want to go back to monopole mode, I
Yeah.
just take this out
Ding,
and
ding, ding, that's it. Whoop.
monopole.
Ready.
And you have that. So for your travel, you have your monopod and your handle.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah,
so that-
exactly. Yeah.
So that's very good.
Do you are comfortable with a handle higher than because I see you have the ARRI, you have the ARRI high.
Yes.
Yeah. But
Right on the side, I bought this one. Actually, in the two versions that I have, I put it in here, and it worked for me. Worked fine. Okay.
Okay.
Now remember, I don't have a screen. Correct? Maybe when you have a screen, then it's not so good. Right? But so I can show you here.
It's fine.
Okay?
My
The
wife's
other one.
buying me.
Right?
Oh,
And you can
wow.
see-
Okay.
And you can see it's
On
also,
the hot shoe, I would have never have done that, but yeah.
yeah.
That's why I prefer mine, because there is I need only one.
Exactly.
I
So
like that, but I didn't have an extra. Actually, I have an extra grip, but doesn't have the hole for the ARRI.
okay. Yeah, I think you
Unfortunately.
you buy the IRE connector
Mm.
separate, right? And then you
Yeah,
put
yeah.
and then you put it on the. But so far, this worked well. I tried,
Good. Yeah.
and the Malign rear window from Nikon actually is very good. The fact that it said all that, because then you are in top, you can still see
Yeah,
quite well.
yeah.
So anyway, so this is the way I sorted out that one, Terry. Right? So
Very nice.
you make me spend
Nice
some
job.
money, but but I'm happy with this, and and with the other one.
I have a commission, man. Did I forget to tell you I had a commission? Sorry.
So that's the update on that one, and I'm looking forward. Let's go back to this mode. I'm looking forward to see the photos that you took with your extension. Okay, because ultimately it's
Yeah,
what you do.
I didn't make too many. I used it actually twice. The one was for the some monkeys, baboons. They were in the side of, they were close in the water. And the second time, I'm not sure, it was on the jacana birds.
Oh,
Maybe a third time. I remember.
Crocodile?
Was the crocodile
Yeah,
I tried
the
to
third
touch?
one also.
Yeah. Julie remembers. I used it 3 times.
At least.
Yeah, because I remember once the actual lens touching the water.
wow!
I call it from the 400, the extension, in the front part.
Oh,
The hood.
wow!
The hood was touching the water.
Wow! So
It gives you this. I didn't find it really useful but yeah, you can do it if you want. Yeah.
and particularly, it depends how much you have, how much time you spend with the Jeep, correct? Or if
Actually, I didn't use it on the Jeep at all. I used it only on the boat because we didn't have the chance to do it on the car. maybe I could have done it when we showed the lioness, but still, it would have been a really problem.
Okay.
I don't think I would have
Because
success.
you see here how Steve is using it.
Yeah,
He can get a lot.
that's how I was imagining how I'm going to use it.
Exactly. But this is
Most for this, not for the boat. But
Exactly.
actually, I use it on the boat and not on the car.
Exactly. So anyway, so that's an update on that one, but it's a fantastic thing, right? So that we sorted out, and I looking forward to use it. So the other thing that I was going to give an update is this one on the photo equipment portion. Remember, I mentioned that I have bought some of the hoods from the newer lenses, right? To adapt to the 24 120 and to the Plena, correct? And at that time, I didn't have everything because my case filter system is 80. I think it's 82 millimeter with a reduction to 77, which is fine. But obviously, if you put that reduction, then the hood doesn't fit anymore, correct? And I used to have a 70 millimeter polarizer lens, correct? But I lost that one actually for many years, more than 15 years, correct? I lost that one in Iceland, correct? So I ended. So if I wanted to use these because it's when you have to rotate a neutral density filter or a polarizer that you find annoying having take the hood, rotate, and then so having that little window was beneficial, correct? So I ended actually. I bought
Does it affect the light?
I'm sorry.
Doesn't affect doesn't make any reflections, any the light passing through the.
No, the amount of light that come through that little window, I don't think it's going to create any problem. And then you can rotate your so at that time when I first explained that I find out that these hoods were compatible with certain lenses, correct? And
Can you close the opening there?
Yeah.
All right. Then it's not a problem.
Yeah,
the light.
if you have a filter that you don't have to rotate, you just slide it closed.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me take
that means it's not a problem of light.
Yeah, let me take this one out so that you can see.
Because some moment I'm using the square steels because it is I need to make a big investment to go for the magnetic or the round ones now, and I've stuck with a square.
Exactly.
And I had sometimes had a reflection problem from the top. But yeah, that's very nice. Yeah.
So, but particularly for landscape, correct? When you use it, it's a pain in the ass having to either take this out and then or try to rotate it from here, and you don't know how much rotation you are giving. So it works. I will not say that I do recommend this for everybody because this.
If you use the filters,
they are expensive, correct? And then if you have reduction, system that require reduction, then they don't fit. But I did have a 70 millimeter before.
Fair enough.
I did buy another one. They are not cheap, but so I have it for my next trip when I want to do landscape, and I need to use either a neutral density filter or in the case a polarizer that I can access. See, this is my kind of bread and butter kind of lens. Now it doesn't fit the 14 to 24, correct? Or it fits, but this tulip style, it's too big, correct? So it would create, you will have vignetting on that one, correct? So this, I will not recommend it. But for the 24 to 120, it's good. Right? So that's an update, guys, on that one.
And that's a
when this show gets when the show is in YouTube, when it show's over, put in the part number of that in the chat
section. Yeah.
in the
Okay.
comments.
That's a Nikon
Put down the part number, and the brand.
Yeah.
They are Nikon hoods or a third party.
The Nikon hoods, unfortunately,
Nikon.
because the Nikon hoods are super expensive, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's stupidly expensive for a piece of plastic. Actually, the best thing that somebody can do is to create a line of third-party hoods that fit all the different lenses that has that little
Yeah.
window. But instead of costing you $60, it costs you $20. Then you can buy them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
For all your lenses, because it make a hell of a sense. So that's what I have, Jeff. So I have some photos to share as well. And you said that but before we go to that, you said that you have some story to tell about.
I have a story, and I'll try to not. Well, you know me. When can I tell a short story? No such thing as a short story. My friend Bob and I were shooting together, and we were at what they call the original road that came into the park, and it's a freshwater pond, and that's where all the gators, sleep there at night, and then as it gets warmer, they cross the sidewalk and they go into a different pond, and then they cross the road and they go into the marsh. Well, anyway, they destroyed a section, in the freshwater side pretty bad. And a lot of the reeds are gone, and half the trees that were on like an island that was maybe only 20 feet from the old road, they during the breeding season, during the nest building season, they cut all these trees down. They cut half the trees down on this island. So it looks like crap. So you got broken pieces of wood, reeds laying down and crap everywhere and whatever. But so we went there and we're just like looking way out. And we see a great blue heron, and we see with a little blue heron next to it. So I'm like, I got the 800, and you'd still have to crop it, even with the 800 because it's so far away, but not horribly. But anyway, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, saying to my friend Bob, I'm saying, do you see what looks like a piece of mud moving across the water? I said, I think that's a gator, right?
Yeah.
So you got the great blue heron behind a little scruff of reeds, and then you got the gator on the other side, and he's swimming across real slow, and then he turns,
Oh my God!
and stops, and all you see are the lumps of his eyes.
Yeah.
So you got the eyes, and the heron's probably 3.5 feet away at that. So we're there with our cameras, and I got a bum shoulder right now, and I can't hold the 800 for like forever. Yeah. We were watching this for like 20 minutes easy, maybe longer. And I know that gator is going to try to get that bird. I just know it. And I'm swearing up and down. I just know it. And so what happens is I'm looking through the viewfinder, and I've got the switch in video mode.
Okay.
And I said, I want to get it on video if it happens, right? But I don't have the button pushed yet, but I'm like,
yeah.
And then Bob's arms got tired. He puts he's got a little stool he sits on, or a little fold out seat.
Yeah.
And he's sitting down, and he takes the lens, and he says, I can't hold it up anymore. And he puts it on his lap. As soon as he put that camera on his lap, and I'm looking through the viewfinder, and I got my finger on the record button, that gator flew out of the water with its mouth open so fast that by the time I could even push the button, the bird took 2 steps back, and the gator missed it, and the gator comes down and whack, hits the water, and that's when I got the video when it hit the water. There was no way you could react quick enough. You would have had to just have the video running like for half an hour, and hope that you get that moment. But I saw it, and he saw it, and I have never seen something that could launch itself out of the water as fast as that gator did. It was incredible. It was like, you couldn't even count to one, you know, and it was flying in the air. Its body was out of the water, mouth open, trying to get that bird, and that bird must have sat there and said, "Okay, I know you, Charlie. I know how far you can lunge. That I'm going to just take 2 steps backwards, and you're going to miss me." And then the bird stayed there, and the gator like, "Okay, I missed." And he turned around, and he went somewhere else. The bird stayed in the same general area. It was really amazing. I mean, and I'm like cussing because I'm like, I saw Bob's there. Geez, I got the camera on my lap. I couldn't hold the lens up anymore. And I'm like, well, I'm worse than you. I'm looking through the viewfinder, and I couldn't get the shot. Now, if I was in picture mode,
Pre-capture.
I would have been able to get. I could have held the shutter down. I could have got some of it.
Yeah.
But video mode.
We pre-capture, then you could get some. So
oh my God! But it was amazing, man. I mean, for those, I mean, just like you watch those nature shows, like when you're in Africa and they're crossing over, and the wildebeest are going across, and the gators come out. Yeah. I mean, it's just like snap your fingers, they're there. You know, they're just there. It's amazing. No, when you see it with your own eyes, you're like, your mouth is like.
No.
Like,
where's the photographer to catch it?
These are all wise great blue herons that have seen this before.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, I've seen them. I saw one. I hate to say it, and it was the biggest gator I ever saw in that park at the time. They cull them, so they get rid of the big ones after a while. And I saw one get a cormorant, and I got video, and I got a whole bunch of stills. And as much as you might say, "Oh, that's cool to see that happen," it's not, because you could hear the bones of the bird crunching as it bites down on it. You just hear crack, 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 and it makes your skin crawl.
Yeah,
and it's not anything you necessarily want to see. It's pretty bad.
So let's do a little bit of a photo sharing now.
Yeah, and we want to quit no later than 1 o'clock, guys. I got to call it quits before 1 o'clock.
So here on the photo sharing side, so this is first from Jim, aka Real Nikon Lover, right? He had the opportunity to photograph one of these. This is a black-headed grosbeak, right? Which is not common in his area. You can see he took that one so he was asking about the identification. This is a wonderful bird. During the spring, in his case, the spring migration. I love to photograph this as well, correct? So he was asking about it. Next time, next show, we talk about identification. I want Terry to do some tests in his area because there are ways to identify birds just by the sound that we use, as you know, Jeff, that work reasonably well, certainly with these guys, right? They basically here, when they come this time of the year, their sound is so distinctive and that you can recognize it. So I'm going to share something here recently for what happened and give you a preamble. We're in the spring, but this is spring in the Rockies, and Randall used to live around here. You know how crazy it can get, correct? So about a week and a half ago, actually it's almost a week ago, there was a big dump of wet snow, middle of the spring, right? And then we got about a foot of snow, right? So I say, okay, this is an opportunity, and this is how we influence each other, correct? So I say, I'm going to get inspired by our friend Mike Degrees, right? So these are nesting birds, right? In the middle of a snowstorm, right? And you can see, remember I shared some of these photos of the pygmy nuthatch coming in and out of their nest cavity, correct? But you can see them here trying to continue the nesting activity in the middle of the snowstorm, right? So I say I did what Michael does regularly with rain, which is experimenting a little bit with the shutter speed to try to catch either frozen snow in the case, or snow that is frozen in time, or more sticks of snow by using a low shutter speed, relatively low, because these birds tend to move on quite a bit. So as part of that series, so you can see here there is in the next level of that apartment building, Jeff,
Yeah.
the Starlink. Right? So you can
That's
see
one with the 3 or 4 holes, right?
You gonna hang a sign on it that says no room at the inn pretty soon, or what?
exactly.
No.
But you can see here two images of the same Starling again in the snow, with a snowstorm in the spring, right? But they're two different speeds, right? So you can see the one on the left side is a little bit faster. Actually, in this particular case, and I show you, I like the one on the left, but I want to hear the opinion of you guys, right?
Yeah.
So you can see this is the one
I
that
prefer the left.
so this is the one that I like from that. Right?
Yeah, I like that you can see the,
The flakes.
you know.
Can you put the other photograph on?
Yeah, but not,
Full?
yeah,
You not, can't do it full screen.
yeah. So anyway, and finally for this series, Jeff, I show you even the hummingbirds
Oh.
are here, so you can see the hummingbirds surviving in the middle of the snow, right? And
Oh.
actually, I took a kind of you wouldn't think that a bird that migrates all the way to Guatemala and southern Mexico will be comfortable, but they are extremely adaptable. Uh, to they can survive. Actually, but they were later on using my feeders because there were no flowers. Correct, everything was covered with snow, and if they don't eat, they die. Right. So
Yeah.
so you can see the level of adaptation these animals have, that they can even go and survive. So that kept me busy, trying to make some of these different photography. Thank you to Michael for
That's
inspiring me to play with the speed and taking some of the photos here. And more recently, my other tree got occupied. Correct. So I have the another set of flicker opposite to the other side of the house, correct? And this tree has never been occupied. You can see how big they have been busy, and actually
it's a construction site now, isn't it?
the construction side, right? So I love to capture all these aspects of the natural history,
Yeah.
right? And this sequence here of them making their new nesting hole. So I'm going to have two nesting flicker families, the two sides of the family. Let's see what happens. But as you can imagine, and I will show you, Jeff, let's get
That's like taking the trash out there, you know. That's like
exactly.
not the garbage, you know.
It's amazing. And for once, the holes of these guys built is quite deep, correct? They go like a foot down into the, or more, a couple of feet down
Oh.
into the tree, right? But did remind me, Jeff. So I showed you another photo. So out of the series, I like this one here. This is the female, correct? You can see one of those series a little bit larger size, correct? With all the, this is a 1/5,000 of a second, so you can see all the little pieces of wood that they are throwing out into this. So they are, I think they are almost ready to finish, and the other ones probably are already on the eggs. But based on what happened to you with your killdeer, Jeff, this is always a concern. You remember one of the first times that I interacted with Chop, Tim, and you was I said, "Oh, I was monitoring this, and the raccoon came into the into the net, and actually almost destroyed the whole tree to get the chicks. Right, I got them. So since then, I'm always concerned and try to protect them. I mean, you lived recently through your saga with your killdeer, correct?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
really, I'll tell you, that
That's
really hurt. That really hurt to see
So
that.
you can imagine when you go on photo, I mean, now you understand when you go on photograph every day is different than when you see that situation in the wild, but it's not one that you're following every day, correct? When you start following every day, you get emotionally invested. So
Yeah.
you really say, "Oh my God, what did happen?" Because I remember you guys were saying, "Gustavo, this happened in nature." Yes, I know, but when it happened to the one that you're monitoring, it's not
Happen in other nature, not in mine.
exactly. So Jeff, so this is how that tree looks as today,
Oh,
because this is the way I sorted
you
out.
put the you put the metal thing around?
Yes, I
Yeah,
put a piece of I think it's 2 feet
yeah, yeah.
by 4
A
of
thin,
galvanized steel, correct? So that the raccoon can, because we have seen in the
Oh
video,
yeah, raccoons.
yeah, we have seen the raccoon. Actually, that's the way they went into the other ones, right? So the other three are already fixed with this one. But my wife said I have seen raccoons in the ring camera coming of that tree,
yeah,
correct? But
yeah.
that tree never have a nesting hole. You can see here the nesting hole at the top, the
To
new
the
one.
top, yeah, yeah.
And and again, remember I talk about leaving some stumps allowed because if they don't have
Yeah,
to nest, they will nest in my house, correct?
do not have the birds.
Is that your house in the background?
No, that's my neighbor's
Okay.
house. My house is in the other side of this photo,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
So that's why we can see this. Actually, I can when you see another time I show you the photos, but these photos were taken from a little set of stairs, correct? Shot. Actually, I put the camera with a 600 TC, right? Pre- Frame it, move away not to disturb them, and then use a trigger to release the camera when I see them coming. So for
Whenever,
the photo review, you will see the kind of photos that I'm taking uh, different from this because what I'm trying to photograph, as Jeff know, is them coming in and out, and eventually when they start bringing food to the chicks, correct? Or what I don't know whether there will be a dispute between the two families, correct? Like it happened to me last time. But that's part of the telling the story. Yeah, but you can see when you get into videos, yeah, you have to like Kurasi knows. Sometimes you say, I have seen this before. I don't want the raccoon to take it this time. So hopefully they will do the trick.
If I have a next time, I'm going to have to hire a security guard.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to see in my other project, which is my archival project, right? I'm going to show a couple some pictures. Um, uh, Now from film that I have recently scanned that are of wildlife time, correct? So you can see that what we used to do when we take film, correct? Which, as Terry will tell you and Jeff will say, we used to be able to do wildlife photography with film. It was a lot more difficult and expensive, but the series of
ooh,
photos that I have here. So this is from Anhinga. Remember, Terry, we were talking about snake
Snake,
bird
snake
and
bird.
yeah.
you photographing Africa and Anhinga. Now this is Jeff will no, this is in when they are in the breeding plumage, correct? So this is taken in the Everglades many years ago. Now all these photos have a commonality. Now this photo was taken in 1992, correct? So taken on film. So when things were a little bit more tricky, and this type of photo was considered to be a good photo at the time. Now this photo
Yeah.
is very easy to take nowadays, correct? But at a time with film, these were difficult photos, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So this is one of flamingos, actually from Venezuela, okay? I hope to be able to. I will hope to be able to photograph some of these, correct? Because the flamingos are so photogenic, correct? Again, from 1992. This
And
is.
that would be the 51st state anyway.
I'm sorry.
You have the 51st state anyway.
Exactly. Exactly. So this is. I think I told the story. I don't think I told it here in the show. I'm not going to tell the story again because we're short of time. But This is the capuchin monkey that I took that took eating the tail of an iguana. Next time,
Oh,
I
that
will
was
tell
a.
a story here in public. I see Jeff heard the story of that one. Correct. Then, since
Hello.
I like crocodile, this is actually spectacle caiman. Correct.
Yeah.
That I took again back in Venezuela, but they this in the tropics they sometimes when they are banking there and they nostrils evaporate, they
Butterflies.
create a lot of salt, and I don't know what happened in Australia. The butterflies get attracted, so sometimes you have this alligator
Yeah.
with a bunch of uh, uh, butterflies just flapping around and going into that one. Okay. And finally, and I tell you why all these photos are together, I show you this picture. And this is for my
Oh,
friend
nice.
Sanjay. Correct. This actually was taken in England. This is a species called the field fare. Right? It's a bird that is migrate occasionally into Britain, so it's not that common to film, but it comes into what they call the hedges, where they have sometimes berries. And it's a berry. It's from the family of the thrushes, right? And what all these photos have in common is that they were all submissions from me to the uh, Natural History Wildlife Photography of the Year, right? That I
Oh, yeah.
did at that time in the 90s, correct? And believe it or not, I mean, this is a nice picture, and I have it here framed because at that time, this picture was came into the third round. So I didn't
Hmm.
qualify for a mention. It was within the 100 photos that were selected in the different round. At that time, nowadays it looked close to 100,000 photos that get submitted. These are, at that
Yeah.
time, there were like 10,000 photos, right? But this photo, mostly because of the luck that I have with the light in the background, correct? And the two branches coming in. But
That's perfect, man.
It's
correct.
gorgeous.
And
It's
so it
so
was,
so
It looks
sharp.
like it's a little foggy, and then you have the light source in the back.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember me basically in my car trying to get from the passenger side, from the driver's side through the passenger side, photographing the hedges to try to take the photo. But this is a photo that nowadays is not so difficult to get. This will not place anywhere,
Oh, yeah, of course.
but it was a nice photo for that time, and because
Still is.
it
Yeah.
is but so this is some of the photos that I have submitted for as a wildlife photographer already in the 90s. Right now, I never submitted afterwards, correct? But so these are
Stands the test of time. Stands the test of time.
that is the status.
We know from where you come.
Exactly,
We have
exactly.
to be careful.
So anyway, so that's it.
This is marvelous, man. This is really that's surprising photograph. Really surprising photograph.
So let me stop chatting here.
I'm going to share one photo with you
Okay, that's
that
very good.
I just did a very quick edit on. I call this my Jurassic Park photo.
Okay.
So this could be a photo that's in one of those, funny shots of nature type of category, I suppose, that you could put it in. So let me see if I can bring it up here. And like I said, I just
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Wow.
so this is
Pelican.
this is like oyster and clam shells that are on an embankment, and then you get to the edge, it drops down, you can never see it from the angle I have to shoot at because I'm on a pier right now and I'm shooting out, and obviously the ocean's back here. Well, this oyster catcher, Bob and I were getting shots of this oyster catcher couple with the 3 babies. They got 3 babies now, so I'll be sharing some of those in the next photo of the month, some baby oyster catcher photos. But here's the adult on the top, and this pelican comes in from the ocean, and he thought he was going to land right on top of the oyster catcher.
Oh my God!
But his feet are on the lower part of the embankment, but with its arms out and everything, it looks like a pterodactyl that's going to come down and take that oyster
the next
catcher
one would
away.
be. I thought the next one would be grabbing the catcher there.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
And the pelicans can do it. The pelicans are quite aggressive.
Oh yeah, that's why. Yeah, I've seen them.
But I thought it was pretty. I thought it was pretty funny.
Very nice. Very nice.
You know.
But I can tell you, the oyster catchers probably can defend their nest very well. But it's amazing the kind of the size of prey that pelicans can take, right?
Yeah.
Well, what was crazy was there were a bunch of pelicans that were on the same, bank there with these oyster catchers with their babies running around, and it's like, a pelican could just scoop up one of those babies
Exactly.
with no problem at all. And it was like that. Like I said, there were 3 babies, so the adults start moving across, and they got to go around the pelicans. They're sitting there, so the babies get near the pelican and they stop, and then they think for a second, and then they keep going. So 2 of them were close together, and the third one was like way behind. So I'm like, so then the third one's coming, and he sees the pelican, and he's like, "Where is everybody? Because everybody else is way over here." And then he's there, and he's like frozen, and he goes, "Oh, I better get the hell out of here quick." And he scoots real quick and goes around the pelican and tries to catch up to mom and dad. But oh my God, it was so funny, But those pelicans could pick them off, no problem.
Oh yeah.
No problem.
No, they are.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
whole family.
So
But that's it. I got no more rumors that I'm going to share because I want to get some shut eye.
that's right. So we
Good.
want to.
Less rumors, better.
But
So-
once again, I know she's not here now, but a special thank you to Anita for and no small thanks to Gustavo for spending the time to help with putting the presentation together and doing a dry run with her the other day and making her comfortable because that's not her comfort zone, and she did a great job and she took great shots, and I hope people that came in late or didn't make it to the show tonight, watch it when it's in YouTube on a future day and get to enjoy her presentation because it was really, really good. And I think a lot of people seeing that would maybe add that location to their bucket list of someplace that they want to go, But thanks so much for everybody in the chat that showed up tonight. Appreciate it. It's remember it's the 6th of June.
Yeah, let's go
For
to
the photo review is on June 6th, first Saturday of the month. Of next month, June 6th. So start sending some images in when you can. And I think last month, didn't we have something like 90?
Yes.
I think we had 90 images last month. So, hey, I don't mind. I mean, I get 150. I'll stay up late and I'll show 150. I don't care. So, get your images in and tell your friends to share their images. A lot of you guys know people that take pictures with you, or you see them, say, hey, this guy has a show, we got a show that we do twice a month. And the first month, first Saturday, we show pictures, send some in.
Yeah, and I give you an update on during the image review of what we have next. But I think at this moment, I think we have penciled out Robert Rosado for the June 16, correct? On astrophotography series light painting. Then we have the image review in July, and then we have 2 presentations potentially in in July. July 18, which to be determined, Terry, to be determined, Terry. And then and then on the I think
He's walking away. Terry's gone. Terry's walking away.
on the 22nd, we have Luis on his trip to Sri Lanka, which, by the way, I already have things. He already showed me all the photos. It's going to be a combination of travel photography, correct, and nature photography, correct. So he's going to do a little bit more of a travel photography than he had done.
Good. I want to go there.
Exactly. So and you can see all the stuff that
Nice.
that he was able to photograph. So anyway, so that's what we have in the pipeline, right? So with that, I think we can end, Jeff.
Yeah. So let's say our goodbyes, and once again, thanks for everybody that came and stopped by and visited. Thanks for the other folks that were on the panel, Anita, and always fun to have Chuck stop by and say hello to everybody. I mean, he got this whole deal started, and we're just trying to keep it floating as best we can. Sometimes you feel like you're on the Titanic, but we do the best we can. But thanks to everybody, and like I said, my favorite saying: enjoy life, capture some of it, go out and do that. No matter what camera you use, no matter what your subject matter is, just do something that makes you feel good and get outside, get some fresh air, and don't sit on the couch like a couch potato all the time. Get out and do something. So good night to everybody. Thank you, everybody on the panel. Thumbs up. Good job. And we'll see you
Once more, good stuff.
couple weeks, man. Couple weeks.
Yep.
See you guys.
Take care.